Welcome everyone. It's the start of week 3 here in BPL for season 5. Of course, that means it's time for another BPL pre-show. I'm your host, Jimmy. As always, joining me, our resident C-League expert, Spooky, and our special guest this week, team captain or manager of B-League Team Jinxed, Biscuit. How you doing?
Hello. Nice to be here. Last time I didn't get the chance, but good to be doing the
pre-show. You actually showed up this time. That's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, we have another action-packed show. We'll talk about matches that already happened. We'll talk about matches that will happen. And we'll also have a special announcement at the end of the show. I'm not going to say too much yet, but a little hint. It's something that BPL players always want. We'll find out about it at the end with a special guest. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. Because, of course, it's not just going to be the pre-show. We're also going to yap here. We also have matches tonight. 4 matches on our main stream. Starting off with D.I.Y versus Crusaders. Then we'll have Eyecandy, Snapdragon, Frenetic, Amalgamation, so a lot of A-League. And to round it out on our main stream is going to be a C-League match between 3 AM Cup of Coffee and Hexed. We'll also have a second, I think C-League match happening on our B stream at 7 AM. So parallel to Eyecandy versus Snapdragon is going to be Cerebral Harmony versus Mirage. That's going to be our schedule today. A lot of good matches, right?
Yeah. God bless the Union on A-League. Let's go.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look back at our previous weekend, which was week 2. We had a lot of really cool matches, as you can see here. I also checked this time. I think the results are correct. If anyone sees a mistake or an error, let us know.
This time, right?
This time they should be correct. But we had a lot of really great matches. I mean, let's go and work our way up in C-League. The match that I want to point out here definitely is Cerebral Harmony winning 2-1 over Winston Wingeria. Cerebral Harmony, they stay winning. We had the backline with Kier and Titan popping off. We had the Robbie show, Robbie putting the team on his back. Was anyone else of you watching that game? That was insane, right?
Yeah. No, one of the best games.
I think it was a very close game, and there's more to talk about that later.
Okay, yeah, because we have, I think, one of those teams will be part of one of our threads later. B-League, one of the matches I definitely want to point out here was Interstellar taking a, you could say, easy 2-0 over Plague Doctors. We do have, I think, a graphic here that I want to show that we also showed during the match. I think, Biscuit, you were here. We were casting that match. This was a map 1. I Toasty Toast just dropping almost a 50 bomb. Like that was probably one of the most dominant tank performances I've ever seen in a BPL match.
Worth the money?
Hey, if you get Toasty Toes, you get what you pay for, and holy shit, you got a lot.
If you can get Toasty Toes on the B-League team, you better open that wallet. But I think it's worth it, and he's been showing a monstrous performance on that team so far. We'll see if they can keep it up this week. I think they're going to go up against Starstruck. That's definitely going to be a top match. And then for A-League, one thing I want to point out here was Frenetic, our current reigning kickoff champions for A-League. They lost again to Crusaders, 0-2. They're currently 0-2, and I mean, if they don't turn this around soon, they could be eliminated before we even get to the playoffs. Can you even think about that, Spooky? Our current champions eliminated before we even get to the end of the season?
Surely not, right?
No way.
There's no way people peak so early and then lose later. Surely that hasn't happened with many other teams as well. Surely
it's puzzling results. That's all I can really say.
They better start late, before rather than like getting a few wins early and then fizzling out. I mean, but they do have to win. They're up against, I believe, what was it? I forgot. Amalgamation, right?
Yes.
A newly formed Amalgamation. We'll talk a little bit about that later. But yeah, those are pretty much our results. Any other matches you guys would like to point out before?
I want to talk about also Power Rise Pirates. It's the same thing, right?
Yeah.
They're both 0-2 as well, and I'm not going to say it, but my team is also 0-2 after making the finals too. So that's 3.
It's like
3 out of the 6 teams that made the finals are still haven't got a win in the regular season. Yeah. So
it's just like in the kickoff tournament, you have I think it's like you put it all on the line. You put all your energy, and then for regular season, you just trying to take a rest. It's just they slow down a little, but they won for a reason. If you made it that far, I think you can, put up performance when you go into playoffs.
Actually, four out of the 6 teams. Pac-Fells also hasn't won a game.
That's true, yeah.
4 out of the 6 teams that made the grand finals of every single of all the leagues are 0-2. So
Mirage so far the only reigning kickoff champion that is beating the fraud allegations.
Mirage is the only team that hasn't lost a game yet.
They haven't lost a game yet. Yeah, they have dropped some maps now, so they might be vulnerable. And we'll see because they do have a really sick match as we saw earlier against Cerebral Harmony. The 2-2-0 teams we'll have some predictions on that just in a bit. Let's move on because, as always, every week we have a question. Should we even call it Twitter? Is it a Twitter question of the week or X question of the week? What do you guys think? I hate that name. That
not
stupid.
X. Please, let's not do X.
We'll keep it at Twitter. The Twitter question of the week. Everyone's making tier lists right now. Everyone's making power rankings. People are so obsessed with that. I think I saw at least 3 more just pop up today when I woke up and logged into Discord. Not all of them are very serious or like honest, but we're kind of taking on that momentum and riding that bandwagon. So the question we asked today was, what is everyone's way too early MVP predictions? Because we're only 3 weeks in, but let's call it here. Who's the most valuable player in each league? We got some pretty good responses. If you can pull those up real quick. Wow, what a surprise! Almost everyone.
Me, guys, it's
teammates or themselves. Typical BPL. But yeah, I do really like Mahir mentioning himself, even though he literally just joined a BPL team for Season 5 like 24 hours ago. Already putting himself up as the MVP. I like that. Starting that MVP campaign early. Some of the other mentions here I want to point out is I saw some people mention Robbie for C-League. I think that's a good call. Robbie has definitely been a powerhouse on the tank for Cerebral Harmony. Also some other mentions here. I see Power here mention Toasty Toast. I think that's a good call. Aplom, Genesec, also Optical shouting out his teammates here with Cynics and Bolting Cake. You know what, Biscuit, Spooky, I'm gonna throw this one to you. What are your MVP threats?
Okay, if I can get a word in, like real quick, the soul mentioned in the middle, Futaba, that's an MVP right there. Futaba, coach for Jinx, and if my team is already the best team in the whole world, Overwatch League level, Futaba just makes it like the best team ever. I love Futaba. They are my absolute MVP, and Aitosi because dropping a 50 banger on Plague Doctor, I will never lift that down. That is going to be a screenshot of all time.
Yeah, for me, first off, it has to be. I had to pick a C League because obviously,
right?
I know my C League, right? You got to represent. I don't like basic Preds. They're like all of Mirage. They're so good. I think a lot the supports of Mirage, the tank of Mirage, they all can get it, right? Then you go to Cerebral Harmony, and everyone's saying Robbie. But what about someone else on Cerebral Harmony? I'm gonna go with Charlie for the way too early MVP. I think later in the season you actually see how much Charlie can do for that team.
It's a good choice. I like that. I wrote down a pick for each league. For C League, I went with. I'm support biased, of course. I'm a main support. With C League, I went for Ace8 on Mirage. I think that player is a lot better than people give him credit for. I think they're kind of underrated as an honor player. I've seen some really sick plays just from scrims alone and also their matches that they had so far. B League, I agree with you, Biscuit. I think Toasty Toast so far has just been stars and above everyone else. And for A League, you know what? I agree with Capital there. I think Futaba on Crusaders has been one of the big reasons why that team has been so dominant so far and is currently undefeated. I think these are some good choices, and hey, we'll see if this will keep up. I mean, next week we have a big patch. We just had a developer blog today saying that I think over half the heroes will get balance changes. We'll see if that will affect maybe some of these players' current power levels. I heard maybe we'll get some Orisa back in the mix, but yeah, we'll see how this develops. So thank you everyone, as always, for sending in some replies here on Twitter. We'll definitely do this again next week. Well, let's go and get into some preds, shall we? And as always, we start with C-League, and as always, Spooky, that's your choice. So what match did you go with?
I went with the 2-2-0 teams. We were talking about it the whole time. It's Mirage versus Cerebral Harmony. I think this is going to be the best match that you have up to this date. Not even my match with Mirage because, we're frauds. Cerebral Harmony going in 2-0, both with 2-1 wins. Mirage dominating the scene, and let's see it.
Yeah, let's see what we credit. I mean, that match is so good that we made sure today, just before we went on air, that we are going to cover that match on our B stream. Okay, so me and Spookey, we both went with Mirage. Might be also just because we're good friends of Para, you know, but Biscuit, you went with Cerebral Harmony.
Not because of Para. Not because of Para.
Not because of Para, okay. But yeah, Biscuit, why do you believe so much in Cerebral Harmony?
I watched them play. I casted their match with D.I.Y on my goat, and Megalaz gameplay is inspirational. And they played some clutch fights that they should have never had the right to win. And you know, Mirage, they were almost beat by my team. So I'm gonna throw it out there. It's absolutely doable. Cerebral Harmony, you have my vote. You know, I may be a B League player, but I'm a C League player at heart. I love the C League, and Cerebral Harmony, they're gonna have the best upset in the whole world on Mirage. They have to watch out because Megalaz is gonna absolutely post bomb all over them.
I really hope Cerebral Harmony wins this. That makes it C League B wide open to everything. I feel like it's super winnable to anyone if Mirage gets taken down. Mirage has not been taken down yet. I'm not going to say anything about scrims, but still, Mirage still...
Ooh,
I'm not going to go scrim bugs, but I think Mirage, looking at it, is going to be something that you need to keep predding until they lose. So, their support line, I think, I'm going to keep going after their support line, and their support lines are great, goated, so just keep going at that.
Yeah, I think if Cerebral Harmony wins, then we can definitely create a circle of sub for C League again, just like we did last season. It feels like everyone lost to everyone, so we'll see about that. It should be a banger match. I'm definitely gonna be watching that one. You can catch me in the chat. But yeah, let's move up a league. Up next is B League. Biscuit, of course, since you're a B League captain, I gave you the choice here. What's the match you went with?
It's so tempting to say Jinxed best match of the week, but you know, we leave the nepotism behind, and I'm gonna say Interstellar versus Star Trek. Easily one of the most stacked matches we're gonna see. Toast and Starstruck, which they've been doing incredible. You know, this is like an easy match to pick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 2-0 trees. It's easy to make narratives right now because we have a lot of these matchups which are currently undefeated teams. So it's easy to say, okay, like this will be a match of the week just because one of these teams will take their first loss. And between these two, it's really hard for me to make a prediction. But let's see what we credit here. I think I went with Interstellar, just because again, like I think Toast has just been so dominant on that roster. I do believe they have their player who's been missing so far, who might get subbed in on tank this week, so that should change things up maybe a little bit. But I mean, Toast will still play for them and will be a big factor or like a big benefit on the maps that he's playing. Spookey, you went with Starstruck.
All right, hear me out, guys. All right, Starstruck has faced Interstellar before, right? Do we know this in round 1 of all the way back in July 14th? Yes. All right, who won then? Starstruck. Surely in BPL the results won't change, right? Surely they're gonna play again.
And I also picked it. For that reason. I saw that they had history, and I'm like, hey, look, Spooky, they made up one, but we know that the result of the kickoff tournament, unless it's C League, is a fraud. So Interstellar, it could absolutely be done.
C League, it's a fraud. It's all a fraud. I think I'm wearing yellow, right? Gotta back it, right? Starstruck, let's go.
That's a good choice, yeah. Yeah, I think this match, I hope it goes to map 3. I think it's got potential to be a barn burner. When I made this was the one where I had to think about, okay, which of these teams do I think?
Wait, guys, I just realized it's another Paracelsus team. It's another Paracelsus.
Another Paracelsus.
True, yeah.
Please
I think this next one match isn't though. Which one did I go with? A League. I think I went with the Steel Drivers versus who do they play? I forgot. Oh yeah, it's Aquila, right? Again, 2 teams that are currently 2-0. It's that easy to pick your matches. But I picked this one because I gotta throw a bone here to the Steel Drivers. I disrespected them last week when I put them, I think, at 8 in the power rankings. They've proven me wrong. I'm sorry, Steel Drivers. I'm also sorry, Aquila. I think I put them also really low. They're both these teams just keep winning. They're looking so good. And yeah, I'm excited to see this one as well because this one was really hard for me to decide. But let's see what we went with here. I think I went with the Steel Drivers if I remember correctly. I want to see Spookey and Biscuit. What you got? Let's see.
We all.
It's
a sweep.
Right,
the first unanimous decision. Yeah, do we just think Steel Drivers are currently the best team in A League? What do you guys think?
I'm very high in Steel Drivers. I think Tristan One with everyone else behind him is so good. I think their support line's also really good. DPS I think is where they somewhat struggle, but still, it's not close. I don't think. I mean, it's close, but it's not that close.
Look, it's
I'm really high on that team.
Right. I mean, it's kind of hard because in Aquila team, I know Hudson. I played with him competitive queue, imagine, and really good player. But when I see Worcester, I see others, I see Butters, and I'm like, damn, that's a cool team. I love him. And Osiren from Kitunia League, maybe a little bit of a rough couple of months, but I do think that Worcester Steel Drivers could take it easily here.
Yeah. If anything, I'm just excited when we get to playoffs, and we'll probably at some point see Crusaders take on the Steel Drivers. I think that will be just an amazing matchup, as well as this one will be. I think we're all very Steel Driver pulled here, but I think Aquila, even though they kind of went into this whole thing a little doubting themselves from what I've seen, especially with some players dropping out, we had to do some replacements. But hey, they seem to be working pretty well, and I think. They're a team that you shouldn't underrate. I did that last week, and I paid the price for it. People were making fun of me. That's on me. My bad.
Make fun of him. Make fun of him.
Yeah. But yeah, I think all these 3 matches that we handpicked should be bangers. We have one more though, because of course we always pred the first match of the day. And actually, you know what? I was just thinking when I said we have a special announcement today. We actually have 2 announcements, and this one's maybe a little bit smaller, but we still want to get this out before we move into predding the matches. Oh, you can see right there. Maybe Suzer, I think we have another scene planned for this, because Crusaders. You know what? We were made aware of some stuff. Might have been a little bit of plagiarism with the original logo.
A little
bit, yeah. So
creative in
Brad.
BPL, or what is this?
Yeah, so Brad has been so kind and redesigned their logo this week, and I think it looks amazing. This is our new Crusaders logo that should hopefully not get us into any legal trouble, but I still like it. It looks really cool. So yeah, that's the first small announcement today, I guess. But let's also look into how we predded this match. It's D.I.Y versus Crusaders again. I just realized every single match we have today on our predictions is currently undefeated teams, and yeah, I'm not surprised by this one. We all went with Crusaders. I mean, D.I.Y, they've been very surprising so far. A lot of people have been rating them very low in the power rankings. Not just me this time around, in my defense. But hey, they're currently 2-0. And Crusaders, so are they. But I think a lot of people rate them currently as one of the best teams, right?
Yeah,
right.
I think
And all I have to say, that's a Futaba sweep. I trust in my coach, and they're gonna show me that what they've been teaching us, they can apply in game and sweep. D.I.Y, cool team, but it's just Crusaders, and really nice, clean logo. That's all I have to say.
Guys, and surely again, the past, it's the same, right? Surely Crusaders beat D.I.Y again.
Again, yeah.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen on Halloween, right? Yeah, again, huge shout out to Brad for making this logo this week. I remember when he came back last week and he was like, hold on, did you know that this logo is just stolen? And I guess no one else on the admin team, no one else of us is like a weeb, so we didn't know that this was like something from an anime. So my bad, but yeah, I think this new logo is fire, and very excited to see these 2 teams battle it out in just a little bit. But before we get to that, and before we wrap up the show, we do have, and this is the real special announcement that I was teasing earlier. We have a special guest for this one. I believe it's Ippy. Hello, Ippy. And Ippy is gonna present us the next hero for... Wait, no, I'm just kidding. But we do have a special announcement that is tier. More... Yeah, we're not that cool that we get those exclusives, but we do have a special announcement regarding BPL. So Ippy, stage is all yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so I've been cooking in the background. I've been into a lot of the chats and getting my tendrils into all the places. I've actually been hacking into the servers, getting into the mainframes and working out. We've got all these tier lists. We've got all these tier lists, and we're like, okay, but what's backing up these tier lists? We need some sort of numbers to crunch, right? We all need the numbers to crunch. So I have been working on the fabled stats front end, and I'll show you here. This is a website that you can go to, and we got right now it's very simple, but we are going to expand this with more features. Right now, I'm just going to go to a player completely at random.
Me.
Tim Week. There we are. And we have some stats of, what team you're on, like what's your map record, what heroes you play, your stats per 10. And this is, I think, the cool thing, the stats per 10. Because it's not an obvious number that you can see in the game, but it's something that you accrue by playing more and more matches. You can see, like, okay, who's the damage dealers, who's getting all those final blows and stuff. And that's going to be really fun to compare. So I'm still working on this in the background, so there will be some issues here. In particular, the way we collect the stats is quite automatic, but the way we upload them is still manual. So if there are some missing games or missing players, do get in touch, because it's probably that we've just not uploaded the stats for them.
I gotta say, 7 deaths on mostly Sombra Team Week, that's not gonna cut it. Can we see Spooky? I wanna see Spooky stats.
Spooky stats? We can see Spooky stats.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Look at 9,000 damage dealt per average.
Yeah.
Very good. But you're taking a lot of damage here. 13,000. You got your supports in the back end doing a lot of work.
Yeah. Rush team, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But you can also see team stats, right?
You can, yeah. So we do have a selection of teams. The teams right now are a little bit weird. Like, we got Plague Doctors here, and we got Plouge Doctors, because one of the admins misspelled the Plague Doctors in the team. But you can see here who the players are, what the playtimes are, and their match history as well, which is all fun and good. So this is going to expand with more features as we move on. In particular, I'd like leaderboards. So you can see, okay, who's dealing the most damage in the league. That would be really cool. Maybe even a meta, what are the hero picks for this team or for the league in general? How many players are playing Life Reaver, for example? Right? You want to know that stat. That's very, very important. So, it's something that's going to be improving as the scene goes on, and I hope people can get excited for it. I guess the last thing I should do is post the actual link. If it doesn't get eaten by...
Solomon already posted. We do have a special Solomon link for it now as well. Stats.solomon.io. If you want to scroll up.
Guys, I would like to...
Just posted it. What's up?
It's almost been 1,000 days than the first actually said that public stats will be released.
That's true.
It's been over 900. It's been over 900 days. All right, it's been over 900 days, close to 1,000.
Awesome.
Now stats are officially here. All right, it's been over 900 days.
Great job, Ippy. I know we've been working hard on this. We've been working behind the scenes, redefining our lobby code a little bit to get all these stats for you guys. And I hope that when all of you out there make your very important tier lists on Monday, I hope you use this link and go and look up the stats to back up what you're saying. I don't want to see any more C-League players being nominated for MVP when they haven't even played a single map for their team.
No way.
That was a little egregious, but I'm not going to call out any names here, but I'm very excited to see more stats. And I think this is pretty much active right now, so any match that will be played today or just this weekend alone will show up there. So hey, if you had a good match and you want to see if your numbers back it up, go to that website right after, and it should be there. Like how long does it take for the stats to show up on that website after a game? Do you know?
So that's a completely manual process right now. So the admins need to then upload the stats. We do have most of the stats from week 1, and we have some of the stats from week 2. I don't think we have. If there are any games on the B streams, then I think we're missing some of those. But we'll get those uploaded as soon as we can. I think what I want people to do is look at your team page, and if there's some matches that you're missing, I think Plague Doctors must be missing some matches here, because we only have 1 versus Gummy Ship, which doesn't make any sense. Unless it was Plouge Doctors. Plouge Doctors has the other one. So that's the thing we've got to do as well. That's just a manual thing I've got to fix, because that's just how the data is in the game. So that's essentially what we're using. We're extracting data from the log files generated in the workshop code. So it's all kind of automatic, and these kind of issues we've got to go in and fix manually.
Awesome! I can't wait to see this. I can't wait to see more games being played, so these stats get more detailed as time goes on. Well, thank you very much, AP, for showing us this, and I'm very excited to see more stats coming in. I also want to say, as always, of course, thank you, Spookey, and thank you very much our special guest, Biscuit, this week. That's going to do it for our pre-show. We're going to go to a quick break, and then it's time for our first match of the night, D.I.Y versus Crusaders. The first matchup of the two undefeated teams. We will see who will take their first L. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Everybody, and welcome back to some more BPL Season 5 action. MFG here, joined today by In the Fletch to bring you a fun match here today between D.I.Y and Crusaders.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, and this one's got some implications. Both of these teams, 2-0, haven't dropped a map yet. This is for the top of our A Group 1 stage. Yeah, A Group 1 standings. And so I'm looking forward to seeing who's gonna take the top here.
Exactly. I mean, a battle of the top two teams is definitely one to keep an eye on. And speaking of keeping an eye on, if we want to look at the rosters for both these teams, we can kind of see what to expect because, as you had just mentioned, Fletch, these teams are both 2-0. So lots of talent here available for both rosters. I mean, D.I.Y, the ones that really jump at my eye, of course, Phone. They're a phenomenal DPS. Stratocaster as well. I know that they can really hold down the support line. We're on the side of Crusaders. There's a lot of newer names, but at the same time, they have already proven themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I'm pretty new to all these BPL names. I've been hearing a bunch of people that have just been like, it's over my head right now, but I'm slowly getting in there. I'm really excited though to learn all these players. Like, all this information is really exciting for me, and being that this match has some pretty strong implications. Like I said, I'm just excited to watch and learn.
And I'm excited too. If we want to go to our map set now, we can really see where we get to learn about these two teams in terms of when they will start off. I believe our first map type today is going to be Push, specifically Esperanza.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map where you can kind of, if you're really comfortable on like a rush comp, that you can go, though I do prefer, like a Winston dive, something like that. I feel like that is the most optimal choice, but I feel like if you want to run a Ramatra, that's absolutely possible. So, I mean, you've got some options there if whatever you want to do, really.
Exactly. And we do have word as well of the starting lineups for both of these teams tonight. Starting off with D.I.Y, it looks like we have Lamb, Phone, Judge, Stratocaster, and a ringer from Aquila, Capital. So it looks like there is a little bit of difference here coming in to the D.I.Y roster. So eager to see how they're going to tackle that. Whereas on the side of Crusaders, we've got Laser, Elf, Gap, Juvenelia, and Futaba.
Yeah, I mean, you never really want a ringer, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to cope with a new player in the roster here with Capital, I think you said was the ringer, right?
Yes.
And so, I mean, that's definitely going to be something to watch out for, how they're going to be able to play around this new player and, try and pull this out, when I think most people generally think Crusaders have the edge to begin with, right? Yeah.
No, I feel like they're both pretty even, but at the same time, kind of looking at how they've kind of fared on Push, if we want to try to measure it in that sense, looking at D.I.Y's record here, it looks like they actually haven't yet played Push at all during this season. Whereas looking at Crusaders to see if they are in the same boat, they are as well. So we haven't actually really seen these teams on Push. So I am excited to see how that will turn into a new metric to measure their ability.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the screen. I'm sure you were too. The match, their old matches. This is a rematch actually of the first round of our kickoff tournament, in which Crusaders actually did take the win here against D.I.Y in that first round of the tournament. So maybe D.I.Y looking to get a little bit of revenge for knocking them out of the tournament early there.
That's a very interesting point you bring up there, Fletch, because you're absolutely right, where Crusaders were able to hold down the fort. So DIY definitely looking for a vengeance here. I mean, they definitely have improved. If you look at the match history from that round 1 loss, they have not since lost a map. So they definitely are ready to come back here. So as we wait for both teams to be ready, why don't we throw around a little bit of predictions here, Fletch? Do you think that Crusaders are going to continue this win streak against DIY, or do you think there's going to be a shakeup?
I prefer Crusaders, I think, just by a little bit. But I do think that if DIY has learned anything from their past run-in with Crusaders, I think that it definitely could fall in their favor.
I think that DIY definitely's got this because, I'm a sucker for the underdog, and on paper, it does seem that Crusaders looks favored. So that's kind of why I'm leaning towards them. DIY, I'm here for you. And here, again, is the map set for you. Esperanza is where we will start, and then we will move on to Numbani, and then if needed, we will go into Lijiang Tower and Dorado. So we'll have to
Going a little fast there. I couldn't tell who actually called for the pause, but
NA server moment.
yeah,
NA server moment.
can't do anything about it.
That gives
Just
us more
okay.
time to speculate, though, which is always what we want to do, because we know we're on Esperanza, and I know you were kind of talking a little bit about the compositions you wanted to see, but kind of elaborate on that. Like, do you think you were going to see primarily Winston, or do you think we're going to see more Brawl, maybe even a Junker Queen pop out there?
I mean, well, obviously this isn't the Overwatch League, and that is a lot of my exposure. But I know that from what I've watched, that Winston is hands down the best, the best composition just in a vacuum. The Winston Tracer Sombra on a Brig. It's just it's the meta right now on most maps. But like I said earlier, if I'm gonna run a brawl comp or like a rush comp, I would prefer the Ramatra over the Junker Queen in most cases. Just he has a lot more burst damage than Queen does with those big punches that do so much damage, and the Lucio speed can help close distance, but like if you're going against the Winston, that's an issue because Brig can just push you away, and Winston can just jump away on a sleeps you. You get hacked. I mean, like I said, I prefer the Winston, but I wouldn't be surprised with something else. And potentially, well, there's the Ramatra with the Bap Lucio. That's kind of what I expected. And then DIY hovering potentially a Doomfist here. Maybe a bait? Yeah, they're gonna go with almost a mirror with the mirror here. We're getting a rush from both sides.
We love to see it. So I guess it is going to be that Ramatra style, because I feel like you're right in the sense of Winston is good, but at the same time, like, he can really get bullied once that shield disappears, whereas Ramatra has a lot more survivability in his kit. So as we get into this match here, we will see who gets to take the bot first.
Yeah, DIY taking that early positioning on the bot there, but now all of the cooldowns getting used, both Mei walls, both Ram shields. Ice Block out for Phone, able to stay alive just a little bit longer. Gap getting so low, has to back out, but a beautiful Mei wall from Phone to cut Gap off from the rest of their team. But Futaba able to trade out Phone, actually. So down the tank, if I'm Crusaders, I'm still not willing to push too hard, but I'm not Crusaders, and they are, and it looks like they still want to fight this. And Laser with a beautiful headshot to take down Capital. And that is so much of the healing gone for DIY. And Gap with those pummels came back, took down Lamb, and that's going to be the first fight here for Crusaders.
I really like how Crusaders weren't afraid there, because as you were kind of mentioning there, normally you wouldn't want to push up when you're down your tank like that, but I mean, they were really committed and they really kited back the majority of the damage that D.I.Y was putting out there. Like, they were almost counter-aggressing D.I.Y, and that caught them off guard.
Ooh, Gap getting taken low. Juvenalia using that window to keep their tank alive, and 2 picks from the side of Crusaders make that 4, and it's just Stratocaster going on a jog with the bot, just being a little bit of a distraction, and that's going to be a quick fight with the use of the window and I guess the Blizzard.
This has been a really nice snowball so far for the Crusaders. I mean, they've been able to continue pushing this bot and, you know, survive anything that D.I.Y has thrown out. They haven't used any ultimates though, mind you, so coming into this next engagement here, D.I.Y definitely going to throw them out, starting with this Amp Matrix.
Yeah, we do see the window, and oh my goodness, Capital just blowing through Gap's HP with the use of that Amp Matrix. And now we see that the D.I.Y, or sorry, Crusaders will opt to back out here now that they're down there with Ramatra, unlike in that first fight.
I'm liking it too. I really liked how they only needed to really use the support ultimates there to secure that, because now there's a lot of offensive ultimates to continue their own snowball. Literally.
Yeah, but we did see Judge go down there, and that's unfortunate. That's like a tank stagger is tragic here. We're gonna see the overclock out from Lamb. Phone pops that ice block, able to block off the rest of Crusaders from getting to the May or the Sojourn there, and bot's going back in the way of Crusaders. You see Lamb building up that railgun charge off of the ice wall. Oh, but Juvenalia falls to Stratocaster, and Futaba pops that beat to try and stabilize this fight. It was a 1-for-1 trade, but Capital able to take out Laser. Lamb cleans up Futaba, and that's gonna be a nice little clean fight there for D.I.Y. Only I think losing 1.
That was a really nice cleanup there, because the one that they lost was that tank stagger that you had mentioned there, Fletch, and the fact D.I.Y was able to come back and essentially make sure that didn't create too big of a mistake for them is really nice. The only downside is that they did have to commit everything they had in their roster to make it out this way, so Crusaders definitely up in the ultimate economy right now.
Yeah, we saw D.I.Y taking that lead, but Laser through the Amp Matrix, the dueling Amp Matrixes, Laser able to take out Capital, and that is going to be a disengage here for D.I.Y. We see the Blizzard out from Elf. Gap pummels down Lamb. Elf cleaning up Stratocaster, and Gap taking down their counterpart in Judge, and this should be another lead switch for Crusaders.
And now their alt economies look pretty stable in the sense of D.I.Y versus Crusaders, where they didn't have to use too much to win that fight, but I mean, D.I.Y did get a little bit more in terms of percentage available to them, but again, Crusaders looks very comfortable right now. I mean, Gap with the Annihilation, Laser having just used their overclock. D.I.Y doesn't really have any defensive ultimates to go against this. Stratocaster very close to the beat, but will it be online in time?
We saw Phone there throwing out that pulse bomb a little bit wide. Laser and Elf so low, able to stay up, probably with the help of that regen burst from Juvenalia. Gap popping that Annihilation, and the beat was too late to keep Phone alive. The Tracer falls first. We see the wall to block off all of that damage from the overclock there. Amp Matrix popped there by Juvenalia, and now it is Gap running down Judge with that Nemesis form and will take down their counterpart. Juvenalia and Elf also doing their part to clean up there.
This is a really nice lead that Crusaders have opened up for themselves. Gap with the aggression on the Ramatra is exactly what they needed to do, because it kind of goes to show that this team is really playing around their strengths, where the wall to cut off the overclock damage, the tank being aggressive, the peel still being available. D.I.Y really needs to come up with a strategy quickly, and it might be Judge to do it with this Annihilation.
Gap, though, taking Phone out early. Annihilation out from Judge. already so low, as is Lamb. Lamb taking down that Immortality Field, which is the most important pick there in that fight. We're going to see Blizzard popped by Elf here. Nobody frozen up, but able to cut Judge off from the rest of their team on the wrong side of the Blizzard. We see Laser taking this aggressive off angle from the top of the bus there. And we're going to see Blizzard also invested by Phone here in the back. And oh! Wow! That wall was just in time to block off Juvenalia's Immortality Field to keep Gap from getting it.
That was really, really smart there from D.I.Y. That was exactly what they needed to do, where something to catch Crusaders off guard, that backline Blizzard. That was a really, really, really cool strategy from Phone, and it helped. So now Crusaders don't have to worry too much now about that bot crossing into their territory, but they do need to worry about Crusaders because they do still have plenty of ultimates to use to try to get that lead back pretty swiftly.
Yeah, we see Gap taking this aggressive positioning on the bridge. That's the power of that forward spawn. You can take that high ground and use it to the best of your advantage to bully the team that has to come back. We're going to see the Annihilation out from Gap. It's locked onto Judge right now. Phone no longer has that ice block. Judge will fall. Elf able to take down Lamb. Laser cleaning up Phone, and things are looking dire with just under 2 minutes left on the clock for D.I.Y.
Lamb swapping over to the Ashe now, maybe to get a little bit more damage, or maybe this is more of a comfort pick for him, but Crusaders, they don't have anything in their ultimate arsenal. Elf and Futaba are close, but this is going to come down to the wire here for D.I.Y. It's going to be very important for them to win here.
We see the Amp Matrix popped by Capital. Everybody on the side of Crusaders kiting it, but it won't help as Capital takes down Gap. But Juvenalia able to trade out for Lamb. Blizzard popped by Phone, but they get taken down before they can use it for anything good. And now the bot with just over a minute left on the clock. I mean, it's not looking great for the side of D.I.Y. right now.
It's going to really be an uphill battle for D.I.Y. Judge with the Annihilation can definitely help here, but at the same time, Crusaders does have the beat available to kind of kite back anything D.I.Y. tries. So it's really going to come down to sheer execution here.
We see now that it crosses, the bot crosses that that halfway point. Annihilation now popped by Judge. Futaba popping the beat, not fast enough to save Elf though. Now it's going to be Gap that falls to those pummels with the Annihilation, and I mean, I almost would have rathered that Futaba just didn't pop the beat. They have so much space to give.
And that's going to really sting for Crusaders because this is exactly what D.I.Y. would have wanted in this situation, where they're now forcing Crusaders to use ultimates that don't come to fruition for them. So now that real defensive key that I had mentioned for Crusaders is now off the table, whereas D.I.Y. is actually coming up to one of their own. And as we get into this overtime area, it's going to be very crucial here for both teams to win it out.
Now we see the Amplification Matrix out by Juvenalia, and Elf able to take advantage of it. Judge falls early. Annihilation out from Gap. Hummels going out. Bob popped by Lamb, but he gets blown into the afterlife, if there is one for the Omnics. And it won't be, well, I mean, what can you say? Crusaders with a dominant 70-meter victory on Esperanza here to go up 1-0 in this series.
They definitely looked clean, and they really played around each other. Like I had mentioned earlier, where the aggression from the tank, coupled by the great peel from the rest of the backline, and the overall just understanding of team synergy really played out in Crusaders' favor. D.I.Y., I feel like there's definitely some bits there where they were seeming to have some signs of life, but I feel like that aspect really needs to kind of be nailed down, where I liked the bits and pieces where they were doing strategies to catch Crusaders off guard, like that backline Blizzard from Phone. So if they really try to make those their primary point of attack, they might be able to take the next map, which is Numbani, by the way.
And like you say, we are coming into Numbani, which, I was saying Esperanza, you could kind of do what you want, but I genuinely believe that, in most situations, dive is probably the option here. Just so much high ground on those first 2 points, especially for Numbani. And if you control those high grounds, you control the game, especially on Numbani with that dive.
I agree. I mean, we've seen it in the kickoff tournament and as well as the first 2 weeks of BPL Season 5, where on Numbani it's always been dive. And looking at the record here for these teams, so for D.I.Y, they actually lost to Crusaders on Numbani during that initial kickoff tournament, but they were able to redeem themselves here against the Unknowns in their most recent match, where they were able to take Numbani 3-2. Looking at Crusaders' record, obviously they were the ones who took Numbani from D.I.Y in the beginning, but they actually lost Numbani to Frenetic, I believe, in one of their earlier matches. So they are both kind of a 1-1 going into this, but we do have a couple of substitutions. On the side of D.I.Y, it looks like we have Green Ninja coming in for Judge, so a tank swap, as well as the side of Crusaders a swap, where Crazy Cat is coming in for Juvenalia. So, what does this kind of tell you? Where D.I.Y, the current loser in the sense of the score line, is switching up their tank, whereas Crusaders is switching up their support line.
I think that you want to play a different tank. Here, I definitely think that you want to go with that dive, if I have to assume. Like I said, it's just so strong. Like, there's really not a better choice. So if you want to switch up that tank position, someone who is more comfortable on a dive, whether it be, Winston or Diva or, God forbid, Doomfist, which is possible, but I don't expect that even a little bit. But on the side of Crusaders, that support swap coming in for that flex support, I believe. Um, Maybe Crazy Cat plays Ana, and so that is kind of my thought right now.
That is an interesting thought, though, because I have seen Nano Blades actually be on this map for the dive-esque idea. But we can look at a couple of replays before we get into this next match, just to, again, get a full glimpse of the power of both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, the tank, I want to be honest, Gab's Ramatra looked so good on Esperanza, so I'm looking forward to seeing if they can continue this dominance on potentially a different tank heading into Numbani. And from the side of D.I.Y, I thought that Phone made some great plays on the Mei. And Numbani not really known for being able to play Mei. So I want to see what they're going to be able to do from the side of D.I.Y there.
I agree. I feel like there definitely needs to be some flexibility in the DPS line here, because not always can that kind of brawly rush work on these dive-centric maps, especially where there is a lot of important high ground to be taken. So I am eager to see if D.I.Y will be able to switch up their strategy. I mean, we already mentioned they are switching up their tank line, so hopefully that will really kind of show that they're serious about going that route of the Winston.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing D.I.Y.'s answer here. Because they like you said earlier, they had their moments on Esperanza. And I feel like that, if a couple more fights go their way, like that very first fight on Esperanza, like that should have been a clear loss for them, but they were able to disengage for, 10, 15 seconds, give up a little bit of space, and then they came back and ended up winning and getting, a good 40 meters off of it. So it shows you that they have that potential to make the plays that they need to make to win these maps. So I need to see them do that more consistently, though.
I agree. The consistency is key part there. I know that's a overused saying in some sorts, but at the same time, I mean it rings true where if you always have that kind of synergy and peel for your team, you're just going to work like a well-oiled machine and you're going to get a lot done. So, I really hope that D.I.Y is taking this moment right now behind the scenes to kind of talk amongst each other and really kind of solidify a plan, because again, depending on if they are attacking or defending first, that's also going to be something to set the precedent, because if they attack first and set a really great time bank for them, then they'll feel good about kind of defending because they won't have you know, they'll feel good off the momentum, whereas if they're defending first, they can obviously set the marker for how far they need to go for their attack.
Yeah, and then from the side of the DPS, on both sides, you know, the Tracer Sombra has been the most dominant pick, I think, for, you know, these kind of dives, but, you know, Genji is obviously an option. I don't think that it's necessarily the best option. He provides a little more potential damage than, you know, the Tracer and Sombra, which are like, you know, you're trying to track the people down. It's just less damage, but more over time, you know? And then, you know, those hacks from Sombra, the hacks are so important with the synergy with the tank, with the hacks. If you line them up well, it's just so strong, that extra damage for the Sombra. You know, obviously the lockout not as long as it used to be, but it does provide an opening, a window there. And then, you know, I want to see. I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams are going to come out with. If it's going to be more traditional or if it's going to be, you know, more comfort. You know.
I think that, especially in the sense of D.I.Y, they should most definitely go comfort, because I feel like that is a good way to catch Crusaders off guard, because we saw there where, in an overall sense, it was decisively Crusaders who won that meta mirror battle. So I think that that's not really the strategy that D.I.Y wants to go here. I think they definitely should play towards their strengths, even if it is kind of unorthodox, if you will, in regards to the compositions we normally see. Because again, the never let them know your next move mentality is really going to be the thing that cuts through the Crusaders and what they're trying to do.
Yeah. I mean, never know your next move. I just love that idea. I mean, I saw it. I casted a game the other. I guess it was last week, where who was it? Who was playing? I remember the tank. It was Dirt. He was playing the Roadhog, and it was just fun seeing something different. You know, I've watched a lot of Overwatch League recently, and it's all Winston. It's all Winston all the time, so it's always fun to see someone try to come out with something a little different. You know, like the Roadhog. I wouldn't even be mad, like I said earlier, Greninja on the D.Va. That's what I was about to say. I wouldn't even be mad if I saw a D.Va, and we're seeing a D.Va.
I like this look from D.I.Y because it looks like you were right also about Crazy Cat, because it looks like Crazy Cat is teasing that Ana. So again, that change in flex support, which does make sense. I mean, like, that nano can really help the pace of the dive. And I also like how Lamb is starting on the Ashe, a really nice hit scan choice to really patrol that high ground area, especially since it seems like Elf is going to commit to that Echo. That's going to be a battle to kind of keep the eye on here. But Gap committing to the Roadhog.
Yeah, doing that. The Echo, definitely a staple pick at the highest levels, on especially on the first 2 points here. It gives so much consistent damage, especially with the Mercy Pocket, which is a little new, which is a little different. But that Echo gives so much consistent damage on those high grounds. We see Laser here, locked in battle with Phone, has to translocate out there. Elf throwing in those sticky nades, not really finding much of anything with them. And you see Gap trying to find an opportunity to get a hook there, gets antied up. Futaba gets headshot by Gap, has to play safe around this bus here. And I mean, I don't really understand what the Roadhog is doing here.
It seems like the pacing for Crusaders is definitely
Okay,
getting a little slow, but yeah, Gap on the Winston now definitely going to help get this dive into motion. So we'll have to see if D.I.Y is ready.
Yeah, and well, they are ready because Greninja has already called it out. Why swap off the Roadhog? We're all asking the same thing, Greninja. It's alright. Phone putting a lot of pressure on this backline for Crusaders right now. Gets hacked, able to recall and knock that hack off their shoulders. Pulse Bomb not going to find the target. Nano Boost out to Gap, trying to find those supports, and Elf is actually going to be the one that finds Lamb. However, they get traded out with those micro missiles. Was, I believe, antied right before they died. And so this is a trade 1-for-1 here. Nano Boost out on to the D.I.Y here. I mean, just putting in a little bit of, I guess, poke damage from the top. A little bit more damage than usual from those D.I.Y shotguns. And a bit of a stalemate here. Able to knock Laser out of Invis and out of this life. Capital cleans up on the spy check of Greninja.
It was good for D.I.Y to stay alive there because even though Lamb was the one to go down first, they were able to get those necessary trade-outs to have that sustain. And now that Lamb is back, and especially with the Bob, D.I.Y is really sitting pretty here. And as we look at the time, Crusaders, they're almost in that 1-minute territory, and they still have not gotten anything going yet.
An anti on to Crazy Cat there. Was able to keep that that health low for the Pulse Bomb to get that final blow. Futaba gets the res off though. So everybody is back in play here. Gap popping that Primal Rage. Bomb kills too! Greninja with a beautiful self-destruct there. Taking out Crazy Cat and Elf.
This is definitely a 180 from what we've seen from D.I.Y before. They definitely look a lot more confident right now. And although this was a preset map pick, it almost feels like D.I.Y picked this map for us.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think that maybe they learned something from the first time they played Crusaders here. You know, Elf gets headshot again, has to play safe again from the terror that is Lamb's crosshair. Laser has this EMP, wants to use it, does get it off. It hits both supports, but Stratocaster popped Rally as the EMP went off. Elf pops the duplicate here and gets nanoed, but it's going to be Crazy Cat that falls. It's going to be a trade on to Capital. Crazy Cat gets res here. Laser solo has to translocate out. Phone playing safe on this coast side. Crazy Cat taking out Greninja's mech. A beautiful stick there onto the Winston, though too much health for the monkey there. And that's going to be a point A capture here for Crusaders in overtime.
It was good of Crusaders to take advantage of that opening there created by the EMP, but they definitely had to have a run for their money there. And D.I.Y had a good response, but now we see Laser taking out Lamb starts the snowball here for Crusaders. And so it's going to be really important here for D.I.Y to get back without having any more staggers.
Yeah, and now the ball is rolling for Crusaders. This second point, always such a difficult point to defend if you let those early picks get off, if you can't spawn camp a little earlier on. And they're already getting so much of this cart progress because of those staggers at the end there. Or, I guess early. You see Elf just throwing in those tri-shots. Gap able to build up to this Primal Rage. The Nano Boost on to Greninja, but it's going to be Lamb that finds the headshot on to Elf here. Now, because of that pick, we see Crusaders just opting to back out here.
And I think that's a smart move from Crusaders. They don't really want to go in too deep here now that D.I.Y has come back and they have things to work with. Specifically, specifically Greninja's bomb that had killed 2 before. So Crusaders definitely going to have to approach this with a little bit of caution here. Laser trying to build up yet another EMP.
And the EMP does come out, and they blow Stratocaster into the stratosphere with it. And it's going to be Gap that squishes Lamb, Elf, cleaning up Capital. Phone finding a Pulse Bomb onto Gap. And for the remake, Greninja does pop the self-destruct. Are they going to be able to get a touch here? They will. It's going to be Greninja getting a touch with 0.21 meters left. And that's going to be a point B capture here for the Crusaders. And for the record, Elf did switch to the Tracer here. And speaking of Elf, cleaning up the Sleep Dart from Crazy Cat.
Gap also sporting that swap now onto the Ramatra, so I like this idea from Crusaders. Since they are coming into this home stretch, they want to do it with as much brawl as possible, just because there are no critical high ground points for the dive to really excel here. So that really shows some nice adaptation from this team, whereas D.I.Y kind of showing some adaptation as well. Phone on the Reaper, I think that's a good idea to try to counter this fast-moving brawl with a little bit of, you know, fast-moving brawl.
Yeah, I mean, we see Laser has another EMP. Always seems to have an EMP. Always in the fight, charging up that ultimate, building it up so fast, it feels like. And now we see the Nemesis form out from Gap in that little room, fighting with Phone. Nano Boost out on to Gap. Phone Wraiths out. EMP hits 3, and they once again just blow Stratocaster up. And Phone and Capital both hit with it, but oh god, I thought they nanoed Greninja. Phone with that nano boost almost has the Death Blossom. Will not use it there. Futaba with that shield bash takes down Phone. Elf cleans up Greninja, and with just 15 seconds left on the clock, D.I.Y is in danger here, and they're finish the map with time.
They do indeed. I mean, very respectable from both teams, to tell you the truth. I mean, Crusaders completing it all the way, but I mean, D.I.Y really held them there, at least especially in that first point, and really shaved down enough time to get them only 15 seconds. So D.I.Y, if I were them, I won't be too upset about how that went, because now it's going to be their turn to have a attack to really set the precedent for themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, Laser, like I said during that last fight, I mean, Laser's EMPs have not only been impactful when they've come up, they've just come up so much. It's like every other fight he's got an EMP. Like, and that's probably in this composition with the dive, probably the most powerful ultimate.
Exactly, and the fact that they are able to do that and like have that tool basically on call every major fight really just kind of speaks volumes to Sombra's role in this composition. And the fact that Laser is really able to play it so perfectly, I mean, my hat's off to them, man, because, you know, Sombra can be a pest, but also kind of hard to play in the sense of getting that much ultimate charge so fast.
Yeah, I mean, and they're looking absolutely great while doing it, but now opting for the Ash, which is, you know, a traditional counter to the Echo here. You see it all the time, but Elf picking up now the Tracer once again for the dive, and both teams actually coming out on the Winston, and that's going to be a little bit different compared to D.I.Y's defense.
Exactly.
See Phone just fighting Gap right there in that little room. Not really willing to push out too far just yet, but Gap's so low. Not gonna fall just yet. If Phone was just out there for a second longer, I feel like that focusing beam would have burned Greninja or Gap into the afterlife.
I like how D.I.Y has their own spin of creativity on this, where Lamb is taking care of Phone, but at the same time, D.I.Y hasn't fully backed down just yet. Crusaders are trying to make that happen, but I mean, they're still kind of fighting here, especially Greninja getting rezzed.
Yeah, I mean, some great shots from Laser to make this a more even fight. Now we see Gab just jumping in, and Lamb was antied, not able to escape, and they do not have the res. Speaking of not having the res, neither do they have their Winston. As Greninja falls, Laser able to deny Phone the Mega as well, and the defense looking strong here for Crusaders.
They definitely have it down packed here. They have the ultimates available in order to sustain that primal and that nano, possibly even a combo, whereas D.I.Y has yet to get both of those. But Stratocaster does have the Valkyrie to try to help D.I.Y get the sustain they need, and we also see Phone going around the side, hoping to get a really nice duplicate here.
But it's going to be Gab just absolutely squishing Capital in the back with that nano boost. The Phone duping the Ana for that anti-nade, but just gets absolutely blown out there.
And that's really unfortunate for D.I.Y because they did commit those powerful ultimates to try to get that opening going, and now Phone swapping back to the Soldier 76 apparently here. So I guess hoping to just get some quick damage and run really fast to the point because they have less than a minute and a half to go here. Valkyrie's still online, Bob hopefully coming soon from Lamb, but Gap has that primal to still try to shoo the rest of D.I.Y away.
And Gap just in there by himself, basically. It takes down Phone in the middle of D.I.Y's supports, and now Futaba coming in with two beautiful whip shots to clean up, and now there's only 60 seconds on the clock for D.I.Y to get on to the point right now.
Really crucial for them to start to do something and do something now. I mean, Bob and Primal Rage are what they're going to have to do it, but Phone gets staggered already.
Pulse Bomb out from Elf on to Greninja, forces that Primal Rage out, probably when Greninja didn't want to use it. Just has to stay alive, and now as the clock ticks down, so do the hopes for D.I.Y. They have one ultimate in the bank, as do Crusaders. Bob enters the fray here from Lamb, but Gap takes down Capital. Laser cleaning up Stratocaster, but Lamb and Phone. Lamb with a second, cleaning up the Tracer, but Gap pops the Primal Rage and jumps on top of Lamb. Laser taking down Greninja, and it is just Phone, and that is going to be just about it for this series. A beautiful move onto Stratocaster there, and it's going to be Crusaders taking this series in 2-0 fashion once again, and now they are on the top of the standings for Group A.
Undoubtedly, Crusaders looked really clean all throughout, where the synergy was there, the timing was there, the ultimate cycling was there. They looked ready and they looked clean. And I mean, I know they've played Numbani 2 other times before, but this is their first 2-0 on Numbani, and kind of a little bit of a personal victory for them, because in the beginning, where in our kickoff tournament, they actually won Numbani 2-1 instead, in the sense of they kind of, it went like, round 1, 2, 3. So it was nice to see how Crusaders really closed that out away from D.I.Y.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out a couple of people right now. Like, Laser and Gap absolutely put on a show. Gap, I mean, on Ramatra and Winston looked absolutely on point in both maps. And then Laser, their Sombra, like, I'm a Sombra player myself, and their Sombra was just like a symphony to watch for me. They had an EMP every 90 seconds, it felt like, and they just got so much value with that incredibly lethal ultimate. And, congratulations to Crusaders. They're on top of the standings now.
And rightfully so, but I want to highlight real quick D.I.Y, because I still think that they definitely have the potential here to come back, where let's not forget that they won first 2 matches of BPL Season 5 against Unknowns and that Off-Tank Union team. So they definitely aren't some loser team that is definitely going to be the one to, you know, suffer the most. Like, they are still one of the top teams in these standings. So I think they'll definitely take this as kind of like a learning ability where they couldn't best them in the kickoff, they couldn't best Crusaders yet, but maybe down the line they'll come up with a strategy and continue to build their strength to eventually do that and have that goal. But in the meantime, we do have a couple interviews.
Oh,
Yes,
hello.
we
Hello?
do, and we've got Crusaders now in the VC. How are y'all feeling?
Pretty
Feeling
good.
good, man. Feeling good, you know? Got the dub.
That indeed you did. I have to ask there for at least Esperanza, where it did look like D.I.Y was kind of showing some major signs of life there. Were you at all worried about their kind of off-branded strategies, like that little blizzard in the back line, or were you still confident in your ability to face what they were throwing at you?
No, I mean, I trusted in my team's shot calling completely. Like, even if there was something that was going a little bit amiss, I think that in the end we kind of banded together and made the right call together.
Yeah, and I mean, y'all looked in sync the entire time. Y'all, I mean, a little bit of a stumble on point A of Numbani, but an absolute gorgeous symphony of a roll through the rest of it. I mean, can you walk me through what y'all were thinking as the time ticked down on that first point going into the rest of the map?
On Numbani?
Yeah.
Yeah. We had a little bit of an inspiration, something sent from the heavens, and Gav walked out of the spawn on Hog, maybe wasted a couple minutes. We tried to play Sombra on ping, not the greatest idea. But I think after we capped first, that's like the main stepping stone for us, or like the main hurdle to jump, because first is notoriously difficult to cap if you are a little bit uncoordinated, as most draft teams are. So as soon as we capped that first, we were kind of confident going into the rest of the map.
And you say about that Sombra laser. I'm a Sombra player myself, and I thought it was absolutely a near perfect performance on Numbani there for you. I mean,
True.
and you had like an EMP every 90 seconds. It just felt like every single fight that absolutely mattered, you used EMP and you used it so well. So I just wanted to give you props for that.
Yeah, thank you. I do appreciate that. I got to unfortunately play a lot of Sombra with another person on this team, Crazy Cat, because we teamed together for the Die Party event. So he knows my Sombra play style all too well.
I love to see it. We love to see that pure synergy there coming out from a team like this. And moving into this, you now only really have one loss under your belt in this entire season, including the kickoff tournament. So do you feel like you can continue that win streak, or are there some particular teams you are a little bit hesitant to face?
Central, you want to answer this one?
I mean, not in this group, to be honest with you, bro. This group
That's the
seems
right
pretty,
answer.
It's easy, to say the least. I don't know.
I think
I mean,
the only team that we have left to play that I would worry about is Unknowns, just because they're 1-1. They're a decent
Yeah.
team. They beat the team that we have also beaten. And then I would like to see what they do against Off-Tank Union this weekend.
Well, we will all have to just keep our eyes peeled for that. But once again, thank you guys for joining us today for the interview, and congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for those of you still sticking around here, we will be right back with our next match of the evening. So grab a quick snack, water break, bathroom, but come right back here for more action.
I've been learning how to love again. It's like a rush of blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why. just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna I've been learning how to be a friend. I'm not the same like when I used to be. 'Cause now I'm better than I've ever been. Just being me now, you can call it a sin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, love, love. I just wanna love, I just wanna love, 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 love. I just wanna I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. Go. building a fortress, and we thought it was stronger, keeping your distance. I thought we were better. We can try to just hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again and again, and we can feel nothing. And I know that you're feeling alone, and we can do better. So help me to break through the stone. Help me to break through. And I thought that we could be something, losing our vision, but we can't just let it consume us. We can try to just hide from the pain by building our castle. We can build them again.
Hello, and welcome back to more BPL Season 5. MFG here still, this time joined by Bowsy to take you through our next match of the evening, which is Eyecandy going up against Snapdragon.
Yeah, this is going to be one heck of a match. Both of these teams haven't had the greatest starts compared to their adversaries in the A-League Group 2, but they've had pretty good starts, and they're looking to try and get some big wins on the board. Eyecandy looking for their second win. Snapdragon still chasing that first victory that they have not been able to accomplish since the kickoff clash where they won their first match, to launch them into the semifinals.
They definitely do want to try to clean up their track record here, but it will be a bit of a challenge because if we want to look at that match history more in depth to kind of go off of what you were just saying, Bowsy, it is true Snapdragon was able to take their initial win, but Eyecandy, they have had kind of a steady slope where they had a couple of losses, but they bounced back in their most recent match against the Average Joes. So they're definitely kind of riding on a high right now. But here is that picture for you of who these teams played. In terms of similarities, it looks like the only one that both of these teams have played against was Frenetic, where both of them took losses.
Yeah, definitely Frenetic facing off against Eyecandy in the grand finals of the kickoff clash and Snapdragon in the semifinals. So definitely that is probably the only similarity here. But I'm going to keep an eye on Snapdragon for one reason only. You see that 1-2 score up against Amalia, or Aquilia, one of those two teams. Sorry, I have it written down in my notes, but I cannot read it very clearly. Regardless of which, obviously, that team that they played up against is still undefeated in this group right now, so there is a potential that we could very well see an upset here. We could very well see that Snapdragon get their first win. As you see there, Aquila is the team that they took a map off of. So there definitely is potential here for Snapdragon to make an upset. But Eyecandy, of course, taking down Average Joes, but also coming very close with Yurhen Ogled, which is my least favorite team to pronounce because of how difficult it is. Regardless of that, definitely could see a very interesting match here.
I want to look at the rosters here for a second to really get a scope of how this is going to play out, because I feel like Eyecandy definitely has a lot of great names on this roster that really helped them spur themselves into a good standing. I mean, names that call to me. I mean, Mac Tackle, Pangalex, Ameliox even have kind of been around the block in the sense of playing here within BPL, whereas I feel like Snapdragon is kind of a newer roster, but at the same time, I mean, Luca, Kurt, even Meester are some of these names that I still remember.
Yeah, definitely. There are recognizable names if you are a BPL fan. If you're like me and you don't know a lot about BPL, a lot of these names are new, but I'm interested to see what these sort of players have. I'm going to keep my eye on Frozen, though, on Snapdragon. If Frozen is going to be in the lineup, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Snapdragon can utilize in this sort of matchup, because I think Frozen is a very good DPS player, has their perks, and can definitely show an impact here in this matchup, can hopefully lead Snapdragon to a victory. If not here, definitely later in the season.
And speaking of here, we will start out this matchup on Esperanza, kind of going through this map set here. We are going to start out on the good old push, our newest game mode, of course. Then we will be heading over to Midtown, and then if needed, we will be visiting Nepal and finally Watch Point. So a nice lineup here coming out, but Bowsy, what do you think about these compositions coming into Esperanza? Because I know that it's definitely the most diverse map out of the 3 pushes. So, do you think we'll see kind of Winston, Ramatra, maybe even a Junker Queen, perhaps?
I feel like you can see any of those 3 in this sort of matchup. Junker Queen is very, I've played a lot of Junker Queen on Esperanza, but I've also seen Winston, I've also seen Ramatra, I've seen Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball can also sort of walk. Esperanza definitely is one of the most diverse maps in the push library, as you said. New Queen Street and Colosseo, you really only have one or so style that can work there, but Esperanza, anything can really work. I'm interested to see what happens with these sort of compositions, what compositions these teams are going to run on, because obviously, if we go to Watch Point Gibraltar, it's going to be purely dive pretty much, unless you can pull off a London Spitfire and just teleport a Reinhardt throughout the entire map, but that's going to be very difficult in itself. You really have to be practiced and ready for that sort of instance, but it'll be interesting to see what maps everyone decides to play, or what compositions people decide to play for all the maps in our lineup today.
I definitely feel like a lot of these maps hand diversity when I really think about it, because I feel like Midtown, to me, like, I call it the American King's Row because, like, kind of, literally, but also, like, in the sense of diversity, where I feel like both those hybrid maps cater to a lot of different styles. So I really hope we don't just see complete meta mirrors. I really hope that both these teams take that diversity to their advantage and really play some comfort picks to really catch the other team off guard. I feel like that'll definitely work out if they can execute it properly.
Yeah, definitely. It's all going to come down to proper execution, making sure that you can hit every stride that you need to in order to try to find yourself victory in this matchup as we head into our first map here on Esperanza. And of course, the observers have decided to troll me because I have not eaten dinner yet, so they decided to put us right on the scene of that beautiful dinner scene. But definitely going to be interesting to see which team can take an advantage here as we head into Portugal for our first map. And I'm already noticing some interesting compositions from Eyecandy, MFG.
Interesting indeed. The Pangalex Bastion is head scratching, whereas Snapdragon definitely kind of more traditional dive and fasted. One small note about Snapdragon, I believe they do have a ringer on their support line with Frothy Philly 7, I believe taking the place of either Meester or Luca. So I wonder how this ringer is going to affect this team's synergy.
Definitely, synergy can be a big thing that you have to really work on. I've already casted one match with a ringer, but it didn't really affect the synergy of the team. Was able to make them work as Eyecandy coming out now with a much more standard composition. Ameliox on the Doomfist with Pangalex on that Sojourn and Wydorf on the Tracer. As both teams currently trying to meet up in the center. Snapdragon currently taking possession of that bot. Duke going with a little bit of a battle with the Tracer here, but isn't able to find anything thus far apart from a low health bar. So far, just a poking game between the two teams, however. Ameliox looking for the proper engage onto the Junker Queen, but Rafa goes into the backline and gets rid of Frothy Philly, so now already an advantage here for the side of Eyecandy, looking for more, but Wydorf ends up getting meleeed out by Duke. The bot's going to start moving here a little bit for Eyecandy as Snapdragon seem to be retreating.
Yeah, it's kind of a one-on-one trade out here, but it looks like Snapdragon wants to take it a little bit slower and kite back the damage, but at the same time, that's really going to allow Eyecandy to spread out as we really see them doing up there, specifically Ameliox, really kind of taking the charge here with this aggressive Doomfist.
Yeah, definitely. Now backing up a little bit as the rest of Snapdragon are back in the fight. A little stun there going on to Frozen and Crimson, but right now the bot's still moving in favor of Eyecandy as Crimson in the backline, trying to get some sort of assist, but will get killed out by Ameliox. The Suzu was not there in time for Frothy Philly as now the picks going in favor here for the side of Eyecandy. They do lose Pangalex, but that bot is still going to move in favor of Eyecandy, and they'll get some sustainability eventually.
It looks like now on Snapdragon, Crimson has swapped over to the Winston, so they want to try to kind of go for like a fast-paced dive where the Sombra Tracer is definitely that staple, quick, get in, get out type of DPS line. So with this kind of more solidified composition, they might have a little bit more luck.
Yeah, definitely, and especially a good start getting rid of Wydorf immediately. Duke showing up when it matters. The hack goes on to Emiliox, but does not get focused enough. Is able to get out and actually gets the nano boost invested here by Regamors. Still trying to push in as now Kurt Lebert out of the equation. Here comes the Meteor Strike. Does get Suzu'd out by Fravi Philly, but Emiliox still looking for value. Going to be able to punch that Kiriko right into the wall. But already more picks going in favor here for the side of Snapdragon. That bot still staying on the side of Eyecandy as Wydorf's going to be running back, but will get killed out by Kurt Lebert as Snapdragon start bringing that bot back to the neutral.
Duke definitely got a lot of kills there. I mean, she really put in a lot of the damage to allow the rest of Snapdragon to really capitalize. And we even have some player cams. The first of the evening there with Kurt Lebert being the first here on the screen.
There you go, Kurt Lebert already putting up numbers here. Snapdragon already in advantage for having the first webcam of the night, but regardless, Crimson looking for value here on this Winston. Wants to try to go for the Ana, it seems like, as the beat comes out here from Kurt Lebert to initiate the engage. Here comes the Primal Rage coming out from Crimson, and the picks are all there. Kurt Lebert finishing off with 2. Duke gets a 3rd, but that bot's still moving in favor of Eyecandy. Wydorf is going to be picked out, but that bot's already back, and Snapdragon, they invested a lot of ults into that, but that bot didn't move a single inch.
And that might kind of come back to bite them in the butt later because it kind of reminds me of like the payload where you push up really far and win the fight, but then the payload never moves. So it almost sets you back and you lose the progress that you made in that previous fight. Because now Eyecandy can come back and recontest, whereas the bot hasn't even overtaken the lead.
Absolutely, the bot can eventually take over the lead here. As here comes the Kitsune Rush from Rafa, but the EMP from Frozen in the small room. This guarantees 2 picks immediately, make that 3. Snapdragon going to be able to take that lead, and they're going to start pushing that bot toward the first checkpoint.
I guess they wanted me to eat my words, being like, don't you worry, MFG, we will still take the next fight despite that potential for us setbacks. And I'm glad that Snapdragon is looking really decisive and aggressive on this map of Esperanza, really setting the precedent for all of us, really, because we were talking about how Snapdragon's been on a loss streak, but they've definitely come to fight here in week 3.
Ooh, and already Duke showing the fighting style, getting that Pulse Bomb stick onto Rafa, eliminating the Brigitte immediately. Pangalex unleashes the Overclock, but just gets dove on by the remainder of Snapdragon. Wydorf is once again in the back line, stepping on the bot, but won't be able to get any more of just a little pepper spray into the Lucio as Eyecandy once again back to the drawing board.
Eyecandy looking to kind of switch things up. Pangalex on the Reaper now. Rafa, I believe, swapped onto the Brigitte, so hoping to try to get more crowd control and damage to stop this fast-paced dive that Snapdragon has going, but they're also pretty close to some ultimates. I mean, Wydorf has that pulse bomb to try to slow them down, but I mean, how well will it work?
Ooh, I mean, he does get the stick onto Fravi Philly, and Fravi Philly actually teleported into the anti-nade coming out from Regamors. Now Kurt Lebert trying to get any sort of value as well as the only support, but will get picked out. Regamors does lose their life for that fight, but still, Eyecandy able to get that bot back into their control. They're going to have to try to reset it at the checkpoints, though.
Really crucial win for them here because now they really have the first opportunity in a while to set themselves up for some snowball, where Emiliox does have that Meteor Strike to try to get in and go super aggressive, especially if he's coupled with that nano boost from Regamors, but they have to get there in time, and Snapdragon, though, that beat could be a great response to what Eyecandy will try to do.
Emiliox trying to go into the back line, trying to find this Kiriko of Fravi Philly, and we'll be able to finish him out, but the Kitsune Rush comes out. Nano Boost onto Pangalex on the Reaper, just trying to shoot those shotguns into anything as Frozen's in the back line alongside Crimson with the Primal Rage, trying to eliminate anybody there. Emiliox able to get out with the Meteor Strike, just trying to find a safe haven to keep themselves alive, and will be able to. That bot's now hit the barricade here for Eyecandy as Crimson looking for any sort of value, trying to go for the Tracer of Wydorf, but the rest of their team is not with them, and they're going to end up getting picked out. This bot is in control of Eyecandy.
That was a really good engagement from them because they didn't have to invest too much. I mean, they used kind of what I told them to, the Nano and that Meteor Strike, and they still are sitting pretty in terms of what other ultimates are coming on the board soon. Snapdragon, even though the Kitsune Rush was used, though, Kurt Lebert holding on to that beat.
Yeah, definitely the pulse bomb from Wydorf unfortunately didn't get anything. It does force out the Suzu. Here's the pulse bomb from Duke, though. Finds 2 in this fight already. She is on a rampage right now as the Doom Fist comes out here from Crimson, showing Ameliox who's the boss. And the bot is going to stop here a little bit, but Snapdragon have control of it once more.
And that was a really clean fight from them in the sense of they used a little bit there. I mean, Duke's pulse bomb, but at the same time, again, Kurt Lebert holding on to that beat's really important because now they can really guarantee themselves another push in the sense of if Eyecandy comes at them with aggression, particularly with that Death Blossom from Pangalex, if that beat gets popped, then they'll have enough sustain to go past it.
Absolutely. Ameliox coming in for the stall, but just gets hacked and pressured out. Will fall to the hands of Crimson as the checkpoints are going to be enabled here for Snapdragon. They have the closer spawn, and Eyecandy already backing up, knowing that the tank's out of the fight.
I like how Crimson has swapped over to the Doomfist too, where again, wanting to go past pace, but still kind of recognizing that he might need to kind of beat Ameliox at his own game.
Absolutely. Here comes the Death Blossom from Pangalex over the top. Is able to eliminate Kurt Lebert. The beat did not come out. They make that 2 for Pangalex in this fight. That Death Blossom hoping to turn the tide here. Pangalex looking for more in this fight. Just looking for anything right now as Frothy Philly currently 1 health in the top. Getting pressured out by the Reaper, but is able to stay alive for the moment. Has the Suzu battling it out. Wins the duel against Pangalex. Snapdragon still in this fight as the EMP comes out from Frozen. Hands on to a few. Has the fix. All go in favor of Snapdragon. The beat from Kurt Lebert there to cut the top over the cake, and the bot's still moving for Snapdragon.
That was a really nice fight because I was gonna say, like, why is Kurt Lebert holding on to that beat? But that kind of goes to show why, really securing that moment there. Not sure if both support ultimates really needed to be popped there, though, especially since Frozen also kind of put that EMP out too, I believe. So there's a little bit of an overcommitment here. Now Regamore is getting due, kind of showing that punishment.
Absolutely, and you see Pangalex switching over to the Sombra. It does get the pressure onto Kurt Lebert, forces the Lucio to stay on the bot, as now Eyecandy have some momentum in their favor, starting to push this bot forward, but they only have a minute and a half left.
As we creep into that territory, I mean, we saw those switches come out, or Regamore also on the Kiriko, so Eyecandy hoping to have a little bit more solidification here in these last few moments where Snapdragon, they also need to kind of sharpen up here because they have nothing so far, so if they're not careful, Eyecandy could definitely flip the tides here in this last minute.
Absolutely. Frozen looking for any sort of value. Does see the back line of the enemy team. Duke goes in, gets stunned up by Ameliox, but is able to live the tail to tail as Snapdragon putting themselves on the bot, but Rafa finds the kill onto Duke with the assistance of Wydorf. Meteor Strike comes out from Ameliox, most likely to save themselves from a certain death, as Snapdragon now having to back up a lot. That bot, however, isn't moving too far. It's just been standing still. Snapdragon, they have an opportunity here with 1 minute left. Eyecandy has to try and push this bot farther, though.
They're definitely going to have to keep up the sustain. The Kitsune Rush is almost online for them, as well as that EMP and Pulse Bomb, so that could be a lot of big combos there for them to use here, but Snapdragon really going to have to put that back.
See what they're able to do. Pangalex looking for the perfect engage. Here comes the Pulse Bomb coming out from Duke. Does not land onto anything, but the EMP from Pangalex doesn't do a lot of damage here. Kurt Lebert is out of the fight, so there is potential here. Crimson finds the kill onto Rafa as well. Snapdragon looking for a little bit more to try and win this, but Frothy Philly is out of the fight. Pangalex gets picked off here by Duke as Crimson is looking for more, looking for that Kiriko of Regamore's, but is unable to find it so far. Pangalex now out of the fight. Pulse Bomb from Wydorf is a whiff. Here comes the EMP from Frozen, eliminates Ameliox. All that's left is Regamore's. They'll be unable to touch the bot, and Snapdragon making a statement. They win the first map of the series.
Really nice there from Snapdragon, especially since they had been historically struggling to get that momentum on the board. I mean, and I say that quite literally because looking at their record here, on the first map, they actually haven't won it. Like, they've won maps against people, but never the first. So this is a really important milestone for them to really set themselves up here for this matchup to come. So if you're Eyecandy, I feel like you might be a little bit cautious now of what's happening.
Yeah, definitely. This is definitely something you have to be cautious of your Eyecandy. To Snapdragon's credit, the last time they won a first map was the last match that they won, which was up against the Worcester Steel Divers in the preseason. So there is potential here for the side of Snapdragon to really get some momentum into their favor. Eyecandy, however, they have not won Esperanza so far this season to what I can see. So definitely not the greatest record you want to go out on, not the greatest map you want to start off with, but we're heading to Midtown now, which probably is going to be a more favorable map here for the side of Eyecandy. Snapdragon have yet to win this map all season. Eyecandy trying to get something on the board here, because if they lose this map, then they are done, and they end up going 1-2. Snapdragon will get their first win of the season, but definitely a lot of great highlights here throughout this entire first map. It's been a really good showing so far. Everybody seems to really be popping up in the kill feed when it matters, or really just doing the best that they can in their performance, and overall, it's been a pretty good start to this series.
It really has, and kind of going to Midtown again for a little bit, Bazzy. You mentioned where Snapdragon has yet to win Midtown, but Candy has yet to play Midtown. So I'm curious to see if that's going to translate good or bad for Eyecandy, where they know that Snapdragon has a poor record on it, but at the same time, they don't quite know what playing style they are most accustomed to or like the best on Midtown. So I feel like maybe they might make a little bit more swaps than, you know, we might expect, or they might kind of want to test the waters in the beginning here, but it is match point, so Eyecandy really going to have to double down.
Yeah, definitely. Eyecandy have to really step up and double down if they want to try to remain in this series and get themselves in a good situation. And I mean, they're going to try to that with a swap. Akko is coming in for Rafa this next point for Eyecandy, while Philly is going to be swapping out for Luca on the side of Snapdragon. So we're going to be seeing swaps in the support line for both of our teams. So it's going to be interesting to see what these two teams have in terms of their support lines, what this support change is going to enable for either of these teams.
I'm particularly interested about that because normally you would think like a tank or a DPS chains, particularly on the losing side, to try to change up their compositions, but you don't normally see both teams opting for different support lines. So I am really stoked to see what this means, because especially since there doesn't seem to be any swaps in order, so maybe all the other DPS and tanks in this lineup currently are flex, in the sense of like maybe the support might be a Mercy coming in, or maybe like something in the sense of like enabling the other members more.
Yeah, absolutely. Anything to help enable your teammates can definitely be special, definitely be helpful, especially with Mercy having that very good damage boost that is getting nerfed next patch. I feel happy about that, but regardless of which, very two different sides of the equation on that Mercy nerf, but regardless of which, definitely we'll have to see what these support changes are going to put into the favor here for either of these teams, if they're going to be running something similar, or if we're going to see something completely different. Who knows? This could be a flex support change. We could be seeing Ana Zen for all we know.
I'm excited to see where Eyecandy takes this, because obviously they're the ones that are in the loser seat. They're the ones that are at match point. So judging by what you saw there on Esperanza, Balzi, what direction do you think Eyecandy needs to go here?
I feel like the hardest thing with Eyecandy is we only saw one composition from them. I feel like we need to see more flexibility when it comes to Eyecandy. When it came to Snapdragon, we saw them switching compositions several times. They started on the Junker Queen, they then went to the Winston, they then went to the Doomfist. We saw them switching up a lot when it came to what composition they wanted to play. Eyecandy was mostly playing that Doomfist the entire time. And not to bash Doomfist, but he's not the best tank in my opinion for the situation. There are definitely better tanks that I feel like can utilize all that strength, and you were running a composition that was kind of mixed in terms of what style wanted to play. You had a Reaper Doomfist. That's like literally two different styles of compositions you're calling for there. Reaper is typically a brawl style hero that wants to go right into your face, eliminate you. Doomfist wants to dive into your backline, so it's really difficult to really figure out which one is going to be the priority in that situation, which target you're going to be focusing on first, regardless of which, we'll have to see what Eyecandy are going to do here on the attack, as right now we see them running that Doomfist, once again MFG on the attack, or at least that's what they see in the spawn rooms, but Snapdragon on the defense running a pretty interesting composition to start off.
Interesting indeed, where you don't necessarily expect it, but at the same time, this might just be the way, where we can see Snapdragon pulling out something not too expected, but at the same time, something that can still work, like this double sniper-esque type comp actually works well on Midtown. I've seen it really work with all the long sight lines and every single point, so Eyecandy looks like they kind of have like a damage pumping centric composition going on here.
Yeah, definitely could be that. This is exactly the same composition we saw on Esperanza. I believe the only difference is Akko now on the Brigitte now instead of having your other support be a Lucio, I'm pretty sure. But regardless of which, Eyecandy looking for the dive in. Emiliok's going to be going right up to the top left. Sees Luca there on the Zenyatta, who's just going to be pumping the orbs right into the Doomfist. Also gets dynamited as well. Emiliok's just looking for any sort of support here as White Earth is now up here as well. Trying to pepper spray Luca from a distance. Looking for the perfect engage as Emiliox does leave that top area. But now Eyecandy, they set themselves up in a very interesting position. They're all split apart, and Duke ends up finding a first pick here onto Wider, making it so that Tracer Dive is going to be hard to initiate, and Eyecandy seems to be pulling out quickly because of that.
And it's good that they're pulling out quickly here, because kiting back and avoiding the stagger is the ideal thing to do in this situation. But alas, Duke does not let that happen.
Yeah, Duke wanting to try to establish dominance here on this Ashe. And already Crimson starting to push forward, finds the kill onto Akko as well. So it's not been looking good here for the side of Eyecandy, having to reset and losing all these picks one by one. Already a minute burned off the clock. And speaking of burning, Emiliox is burning right now.
Akko now on the Zenyatta for the side of Eyecandy, so trying to kind of best Luca or kind of seeing how that is working for Snapdragon's composition. So I am really curious to see how this is going to play out in this next engagement. We see Emiliox already going in.
Absolutely, that Discord Orb can provide a lot, and there's not a lot of dive pressure. Speaking of dive pressure, though, Emiliox puts a lot of it onto Luca. Now one of the supports dead here for the side of Snapdragon. All of a sudden, is that Baptiste of Kurt LeBert, who uses the window, but ends up having to force out the Immortality Field thanks in parts to the Meteor Strike. Pangolux able to eliminate Duke, and now Kurt LeBert out of the fight as well. The Nano Boost invested a little late here, but already Eyecandy have establishment on the point.
I really liked the aggression there from Emiliox. I mean, he went in really quickly and took out who needed to be. I mean, Luca not available for the fight, and that also hinders his ability to charge up that Transcendence, so that actually helps Eyecandy in more ways than one. And now, with about 4 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock and counting, Eyecandy is starting to look good.
Yeah, but already not a great start. That cart's going to start moving a little bit, but Akko already gets picked off here by Luca. Luca looking for more here on the Zenyatta as Emiliox is looking toward that side room. Let's see what the engage tactic here is for the side of Eyecandy. Looks like they want to try to take that right room, but Emiliox is just going right in, gets stunned out by the rock, and will get killed out by Kurt LeBert. So Eyecandy already back to the drawing board, having to reset. The Pulse Bomb is invested here, and the Dragon Strike from Frozen is also invested to try and separate the members of Eyecandy, but right now, it looks to just be a waiting game as picks going back and forth. Regamor's Frozen, Pangolux all back in the graves. Eyecandy's still moving that card a little bit, but eventually they're going to do that full reset.
And it's important for Snapdragon to get Eyecandy here now because they want to continue to hold this high ground. Because if that card goes all the way under, then they're going to be forced to drop and essentially go right into Eyecandy's playing field. But Kurt LeBert does find Akko.
Yeah, definitely. It's not been a good run here for Akko. And Emiliox, beautiful lunge up into the fist, gets the kill onto Kurt LeBert, who was a little more extended than you typically want to be on a Baptiste. Regardless of which, the cart moving through the Midtown Tunnel. Now that high ground taken away here from Snapdragon. Eyecandy looking to try to set up here on this high ground for themselves.
Eyecandy finally starting to get a little bit going, but Duke coming to get Emiliox. Snapdragon, this is their comeback.
Duke coming up high in this matchup, does get two, ends up getting slipped out by Regamors. Unfortunately, isn't able to get any more, but she's been a pop-up potential this entire matchup, and I think it's safe to say Duke is going to be the person that Snapdragon are going to rely on.
I agree. I mean, she's really good at getting those necessary picks, but at the same time, I mean, Emiliox has also been a star for Eyecandy, so it's almost like a toss-up on who's really going to win these fights. I mean, Snapdragon does have a lot to work with ultimate-wise. Frozen also taking care of Emiliox early on.
Yeah, definitely a lot of assists going into that kill onto Emiliox here. The window invested here from Kurt LeBert to send Eyecandy back, but might have been a little bit of overcommitment there with the window.
Just a bit there. Now, Snapdragon still has ultimates to use, but, you know, that extra amplification is going to be crucial for them, especially trying to deal with Emiliox.
Emiliox already showing that sort of threat that they pose. Gets that kill onto Frozen, and now all the picks going in favor here for the side of Eyecandy. Wide Earth has found two. Pangolux looking for more on this high ground, but the rest of Snapdragon in that small room. Wide Earth finishes off Kurt LeBert with the punch coming up from Emiliox. Frozen will get the headshot kill onto Pangolux, but that card is going to be approaching Grand Central Station.
And as we get into that station, 3 minutes and counting on the clock here for Eyecandy, all 5 ultimates on the board. So Snapdragon a little bit nervous now. It's not the most time in the world, but still a pretty healthy bank here for Eyecandy. So it's really going to be up to Snapdragon to use their ultimate cycling to really shave off as much time as possible.
It's all going to be on that. We'll see what Snapdragon decided to do here. It's been a weird thing in terms of ultimates. People, you tend to use them all in one burst in this matchup, as I've noticed. But still, Snapdragon looking for the setup. Pulse Bomb from Wide Earth does go onto the high ground. I believe it was landed onto Duke, but Pangolux is able to finish him out. Now here comes the Bog coming out from the side of Eyecandy. It already burns down Kurt Lebert. The Flux coming out here from the side of Crimson is going to force out the Transcendence from both teams. Akko uses their Transcendence. Luca follows it up with theirs. Frozen's now out of the picture, however, and the rest of Eyecandy are diving right on the members of Snapdragon.
This is a snowball that Eyecandy really need here after that struggle really on the second point, where Snapdragon now kind of forced to switch things up. I mean, Crimson on the Doomfist, Frozen on the Sombra, Luca on the Lucio, but Emiliox is still punishing the members of Snapdragon.
You give Emiliox an inch and they will go an entire mile right now. Emiliox just cleaning up the field. Wide Earth as well, starting to pop up in the kill feed on this Tracer, but Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't find anything, but Crimson anti low, sent back to the grave. Same thing with Kurt Lebert, as the Sombra Frozen is the only thing left. They will translocate out to save their lives, but the cart will enter into the final point here. 1 minute and 43 seconds on the clock for Eyecandy as they cap Midtown fully.
Eyecandy definitely looking pretty healthy here. I mean, a good difference from what we saw in Esperanza, but of course, Snapdragon, we can't count them out too much yet, because we have seen how they were able to bounce back from a lot of fights that went Eyecandy's way on Esperanza. So going into this now, where it's going to be Snapdragon's turn for attack, their number one goal right now is to, of course, get more time on the board and try to take Midtown super decisively here from Eyecandy.
It's going to be interesting to see what Snapdragon's strategy is and what Eyecandy's strategy is for the defense, because this is basically the first time we're going to see Eyecandy on a defensive position. It was mainly attack when it came to push, and now we saw them on the attack here, so we'll see. Are they committed to this Doomfist style that Emiliox is bringing them, or are they willing to switch it up to try and get themselves in a better advantage or a better situation? We'll see what their move is as we see them on the Doomfist. Yet again, I'm starting to think I know what Eyecandy's strategy is this match.
Yeah, Emiliox is definitely the playmaker, and I feel like that almost like helps Snapdragon in the sense of like they know what to expect. So hopefully they'll take the time to recognize that and to come up with a plan of attack to try to make sure Emiliox is shut down as quickly as possible. But something they don't expect is this Pangalex Bastion.
Bastion from Pangalex. We'll see what Eyecandy are able to do with that. We saw the Bastion a little bit. Ooh, beautiful anti-nade coming out from Regamors. Gets that little bit of ult charge to start off. I love those sort of Reddit anti-nades, so very much impressed me there, Regamors. Very well done. But Frozen's currently looking for the flank. Does find Wide Earth in the backline. Forces out that recall and ends up backing up themselves as currently Snapdragon on the attack, gets the dive in, and Duke able to finish off Wide Earth here, so now one of the threats down, but now this Bastion just going to be peppering in the damage. Luca, unfortunately, ends up falling immediately as they are woken up by the Sleep Dart. Pangalex looking for more damage here as Regamors gets hacked in the backline, gets pressured out by Duke and Crimson there on that Doomfist. As now Snapdragon start making their way to the point. Beautiful hack from Frozen onto the Doomfist of Emiliox, who's just barely staying alive. Crimson tries to go in deep, just barely stays alive, but ends up getting burnt down by Pangalex, and at the end of the day, the Pangalex Bastion is just too powerful.
That's the thing, where Snapdragon almost tried to copy Eyecandy in the sense of a very aggressive Doomfist trying to get the backline, but I mean, there's a Bastion in the backline, so you can't necessarily do those same kinds of moves, and especially with Luca going down early, you don't have as much sustain as you really need in order to execute those kinds of plays. So now coming into this where the full team is back and ready, there could be another opportunity for that type of engagement, but again, that synergy really needs to be on par.
Absolutely. We'll see what the move is here from Snapdragon, having some of those ults online, but Frozen's already out of the picture. Wide Earth finds the head of the Sombra. Sleep Dart misses from Regamors. Duke able to finish him off with that Pulse Bomb stick in hand, and the Meteor Strike from Crimson eliminates Pangalex as well. Only one DPS left here for the side of Eyecandy as Frozen trying to run back in the fight. B comes out here from Kurt Lebert as well. That's already 3 ults invested into this fight here for the side of Snapdragon. They need to try to find more kills and find success, but the Pulse Bomb from Wide Earth lands on the Crimson. Now the Doomfist is out of the picture. Snapdragon still trying to find some stability as they land the EMP onto Emiliox, who just Meteor Strikes out of the building, is still alive, by the way. Luca gets picked up by Wide Earth, and Eyecandy are making an absolute mess of this.
Wide Earth getting those beautiful 3 kills to clean it up, and they definitely have found their footing now. Eyecandy seems very comfortable on this defense and very comfortable in their strategy, particularly Emiliox. I mean, I don't really know what it was on Esperanza, because I did notice Emiliox kind of swapped kind of late to the Doomfist on then, so maybe this was what they needed. They needed to start out with the Doomfist and really settle into their aggressive nature.
I already see someone in the chat saying that would be one of the top 10 plays of the week, but regardless, Pangalex unleashing the mortar shells, trying to find any sort of value. Will force out that Suzu from Luca early here as Emiliox going in for the little bit of a dive. Doesn't go fully in, however, it's a City Rush coming out here from Luca. Setting up the engage here for Snapdragon. Is getting pressured in the backline, and Duke is now out of the picture as well. Akko able to find the kill with that Brigida, as now Widorf trying to pressure out this Kiriko, as it's the only support left here for the side of Snapdragon, trying to keep everybody up alive, but Crimson, just too much damage pumped into the enemy Doomfist. They will end up falling. Kurt Lebert back on the Lucio, but has to try and get Luca out of there alive, just barely staying alive, but at the end of the day, Snapdragon get a reset for one more fight.
They do, which is really important, where there wasn't any massive staggers to try to deal with here, so they definitely have what it takes to come back. But in other words of Ultimate, if they can stay alive for just a little bit to get all of those on the board, they'll be able to match what Eyecandy has. But Eyecandy already ready to go in.
Yep, Nano Boost comes out here from Regamors onto Emiliox. Looking to try and get any sort of value, but ends up just not getting anything with that Nano Boost, which could be costly here. Eyecandy still looking for some sort of value. Widorf almost gets picked out by Duke, as now the EMP from Frozen right onto the backline. Snapdragon have found their opening. The door is left wide open for them, as now the point is going to be theirs.
I want to note there where the reason why Emiliox got no value was actually because of Frozen. Because right after he got nanoed, Frozen was able to hack him. And so he couldn't really go in with his, massive punch because it wasn't available. So really, really smart play from Frozen there to really essentially confirm that opening for Snapdragon to take.
And now Snapdragon are trying to bust their way through even more doors. Duke gets the kill on the Regamors. Luca and Kurt Lebert are out of the fight, but the fight is still in favor here for the side of Snapdragon. But Widorf is still alive. We saw what they were able to do earlier, and now Emiliox is alive as well. The two pop-pop players for Eyecandy are going to stop this cart right outside of that gate.
I really like, though, how Snapdragon seems to want to go really fast now. Now that the floodgates have been opened, they're not afraid to chase up the high ground here and really, catch Eyecandy off their game.
Absolutely. Frozen looking for any sort of value. Does take a lot of damage thanks in part to that grenade. Pangalex able to finish out Crimson here, as it's going to be another reset here for the side of Snapdragon. Kurt Lebert falling late is just going to be one little stagger here. But overall, Snapdragon trying to look for more answers here.
Eyecandy definitely has the answers to themselves here with 3 ultimates on the board. Snapdragon does have a beat to try to kite back, but at the same time, with all of the damage that Eyecandy has the potential to make here, it's going to be difficult.
Big meteor strike coming out there from Emiliox. The EMP from Frozen was a whiff because it was only landing on that Doomfist. Now the mortar shells come out here from Pegalex. Doesn't find anything, and Kurt Lebert actually gets the kill into Akko here, so starting to be an advantage here for the side of Snapdragon. Pulse bomb from Widorf doesn't find anything, but Luca's now out of the fight, courtesy of Regamors. Crimson on the high ground looking for any sort of valuable will just get burnt down once again. That Bastion has just been a lethal threat this entire game, as now Eyecandy holding that cart right outside of a tunnel. 1 minute left for Snapdragon.
I feel like Snapdragon has the tools to try to get past Eyecandy, but the execution's not really there. Because you could think about, hack the Bastion and target him with the Doomfist, easy. But I mean, the way that Eyecandy's playing makes it so much harder than that. So Snapdragon, it's a little late for them to switch up their composition entirely, but I mean, they're going to have to figure out something else that's close to it.
Snapdragon looking for any sort of advantage here, but Pangalex just burns down Duke to the grave. Now Snapdragon out one of their DPS players, trying to look for any sort of value as Frozen ends up sleeping, but the Suzu doesn't land. Pangalex body blocks the Suzu, and Frozen ends up falling immediately. Eyecandy hitting a full hold here, almost 10 seconds left here. Snapdragon might not have any time to touch.
They really need to get something done. They need to throw out all ultimates, and now they don't even have time to worry about execution. They just need to throw out anything to catch him off guard, but Kurt's already out of the fight. The Kitsune Rush comes in here from Luca, trying to find anything, but Duke is now out of the picture. So is Luca. Crimson and Frozen trying to turn the tide here. Crimson just barely able to touch that point in time, and now there's 2 picks in favor here for the side of Snapdragon. Frozen and Crimson are the last 2 remaining people trying to keep this alive. Kurt Lebert ends up coming back in, and Emiliox dodges another EMP. Emiliox has this Sombra on red, and Eyecandy bring us to map number 3. Eyecandy really did a complete 180 from Esperanza. I mean, they looked solid, and I think definitely Emiliox and Pangalex were the reasons why. Let's not try to sugarcoat it. They were really the playmakers of this squad so far. I mean, Emiliox, perfect Doomfist gameplay, going aggressive, getting the kills in the back line, making sure he can dodge any sort of crowd control, and of course Pangalex able to just burn down any target that crosses his path, where that kind of combination is definitely something that's been proven hard to deal with. I mean, Snapdragon, like I said, they had the idea, they had the correct heroes, but I mean, the way that Eyecandy was playing just prevented execution.
Absolutely. It's just difficult to really try to master a composition that the enemy team knows very well. But right now, Snapdragon showing that they can have some sort of merit, but it just takes a lot more than what they had at the bank. And see some highlights here, including Wyderf's incredible 3K toward the latter half of that point. Just one of the best 3Ks, one of the cleanest 3Ks I've ever seen in Overwatch history, but regardless of which, really strong performance overall for both of these teams. But now it's going to all come down to one tiebreaker map on Nepal to decide who's going to be walking away with their win here today. Snapdragon is actually going to get their first win, or Eyecandy is going to deny it away at the last second with a technical reverse sweep. But definitely you see that EMP dodge that Ameliox did 2 of those in this matchup, which I mean, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on them. Because Ameliox just doing really good job just being able to keep themselves out of those EMPs. That's not an easy task, especially for a Doomfist. Being able to time the ultimate at the exact right time to keep yourself in the game is incredible. So well done by Ameliox there. But now Nepal is up next, MFG. It's going to be interesting to see what compositions these teams roll out with.
I'm thinking about what to expect here on Nepal, because I feel like for, I believe, Sanctum, where it's that giant pit, the Doomfist definitely will be useful to knock the enemies in, but Village maybe, just because there is a little bit of, like, short room for Doomfist to, you know, push into walls, but in terms of Shrine, I feel like, again, Doomfist can get in and out, but I'm trying to kind of think about, like, what would work the best in terms of tank. Like, necessarily, is Doom the #1 here to help Eyecandy pull off the reverse sweep? Or can Snapdragon come back here? I mean, we do have a sub from them where Luca's leaving and Frothy Philly is coming back in, so another change to their support line.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if this support line is going to help the side of Snapdragon here, because obviously we saw a lot of strong performance from Frothy Philly on that Kiriko on the first map, so we definitely could see an interesting move here from the side of Snapdragon. If they want to run that Kiriko again, this probably tells me that they want to, but we'll see what they decide to run here and what their main motive is going to be for this next map. Surprisingly, though, Akko is staying in for Rafa here for the side of Eyecandy as of right now, so that's going to be an interesting move, because we saw a lot of Brigitte from Akko there. I believe they were running the Zenyatta as well on the latter half of Midtown, but definitely will be interesting to see what Akko is going to bring that this team needs in order to try to find success here for the side of Eyecandy, because again, they need to win this map or else they are losing this series against Snapdragon.
Again, I feel like the Brigitte is a good idea where she can provide a lot of crowd control, and maybe perhaps Snapdragon needs to take a little bit of inspiration there, because of course Ameliox, we've been talking about him a lot, and obviously really needs to be stopped and focused. So if Snapdragon can really hone in on their focus fire on Nepal, then they'll definitely kind of make that sandwich effect where they win that first and third matchup. So it all comes down to that, where can each team hold their compositions in the final stretch of this series.
Yeah, definitely. It'll be all on those. It'll be interesting to see what composition we roll out with. I definitely feel like on that last map, Eyecandy had a lot better, more synergized compositions. They were not running a Reaper and a Doomfist, who have 2 entirely different motives, 2 entirely different playstyles. No, they were mostly on the Tracer, they were mostly on the Doomfist, and they were on the Sombra. They also had that Bastion, which just added some extra pressure, which then again, Bastion is kind of a spam hero. You can then pick out anybody from a distance, but you're not trying to push right into the enemy team. You're trying to get that damage from a distance. So overall, I think what Eyecandy were running there was better than what we saw in Esperanza, but that was a control map where they actually had a chance to defend. When you're on that was an escort map or a hybrid map where you actually have a chance to defend. On a control map, you have no chance to defend unless you're standing on the point. So we'll see what the move is here as we head into Nepal, which will guarantee be our last map unless we find some way to draw on control, which I would love for a team to find out how to do that, but will definitely be interesting to see what these two teams are going to roll out with and which team's going to take the advantage as we head first into Nepal Shrine.
I really hope that Snapdragon kind of wakes up in the sense of trying to circulate their composition around Eyecandy. But at the same time, if that happens, I hope that Eyecandy can realize that too and change. So stereotypically, we do see that Ameliox coming out, but Snapdragon teasing something different.
Yeah, Snapdragon currently choosing the Reinhardt here. Duke and Frozen currently running the Tracer and the Sombra here. So we could very well see a brawl style here from Snapdragon if Crimson wants to commit to this Reinhardt. Eyecandy looking like they're going back to tried and true. White Earth is probably just going to teleport the team of Eyecandy out of the spawn. I'm interested to see what Pangalex chooses here. The Sojourn. Okay, that seems like a good choice. But definitely, we'll have to see what these two compositions run, as now Crimson has totally debated us. This is why you can't trust the spawn rooms. Crimson's now in the Doomfist.
So it does look like a repeat here of what we saw in Midtown. So Doomfist v Doomfist here. Snapdragon still wanting to go for that kind of dive-esque comp, whereas Eyecandy definitely more damage-centric.
Yeah, and already a good start here for Snapdragon. The hack code went on to Regamors, and already they were picked out early. Emiliox does get the return kill onto Kurt Labert, and Pegalex now pushing this. Now the rest of Eyecandy just punishing this over-aggression from Snapdragon. They pushed a little too far out of the Cuckoo's Nest, and they ended up getting slaughtered. Eyecandy going to be able to take this first point capture.
I feel like this is kind of to be expected here based on this Midtown gameplay. So now, Snapdragon, I don't think that this is going to be the move. Like, we saw it on Midtown. It didn't work. Like, this kind of meta mirroring type thing. They really need to switch it up and really kind of fortify themselves more. Because I feel like this kind of fast composition really leaves them vulnerable in the sense of, like, no shield and, like, kind of out in the open. Whereas Eyecandy has been known to just, you know, blow them down.
Yeah, definitely. Eyecandy, however, trying to stabilize after losing Regamors, and they're already able to. Kurt Labert died first, and Crimson once again dead again. And I kind of echo what you're saying here. That dive composition is difficult to pull off, especially when there's so much damage coming in from the side of Eyecandy, as once again, Snapdragon back to the drawing board.
And again, like, they don't even have any real ultimate charge on the booth right now for them. I mean, Frozen pretty close to an EMP, but I mean, compared to Eyecandy, they're all kind of in that range of getting it by next fight. So as the time ticks down, or up rather, Snapdragon really going to have to fix something here.
Snapdragon constantly trying to go for Regamors in the backline, but Frozen is now the first casualty here for the side. Eyecandy looking to finish off Duke, and it's going to be a beautiful whip shot from Akko alongside those headshots from Emiliox. And right now, Eyecandy have to have their really mind set in straightforward motion, as once again, it's back to the drawing board here for Snapdragon. They need to come up with a different strategy to this fight.
It looks like they want to stay on it, especially now since they do have ultimates on the board. I mean, I don't blame them for that, but I mean, you can't help but wonder, was this kind of coming in a little too late in terms of getting something going?
Oh no! Frozen gets stunned out of the EMP! That couldn't have been worse. That couldn't have been a worse situation here for Snapdragon. The EMP stunned out. Crimson uses the Meteor Strike. The Kitsune rushes there as well, but the rest of Snapdragon are dead. I mean, that was just perfect execution from the side of Eyecandy. They deserve this first point.
Oh no, poor Snapdragon, because that was literally what they were waiting for and banking on, like that ultimate rush. But of course, like, when Akko stuns you out of the EMP, there's not exactly much you can do. I mean, Snapdragon trying to get a little fighting chance on here, but it isn't really going to come up for anything.
Yeah, definitely. It won't really be a lot. The first, Emiliox does die here to Frothy Philly, but it's not going to be enough. 100-0 for Eyecandy on Shrine, and now they're at match point to get this reverse sweep underway.
Depending on what this next map is for Nepal, whether it be Village or Sanctum, in fact, it doesn't even matter. Because I was going to say, it kind of determines the Doomfist ability here of the character, but again, like, regardless of where we go, Snapdragon needs to change everything. I mean, again, don't try to beat the meta. Just play to your strength, crowd control, stuns, even, like, extra protection. Like, you can still go fast, but maybe try a fast brawl where at least you'll have a little bit of extra fortification on the front line. So, like the Ramatra. So, I like at least how they're going that route with the Mei as well in the Sims. So, hopefully this will be Snapdragon's saving grace.
Absolutely. They were constantly trying to reinvent the wheel, and now they're sticking to their guts. They're going back to what they used to know here. Snapdragon going right onto the point here with this Ramatra composition. Emiliox, however, going to be trying to look for that perfect dive into the enemy team. It's going to be difficult for here, in my opinion, for Frozen to try and get any sort of value, because obviously you want to rely on the Symbies. Beautiful anti-nade coming out here from Regamors into the backline. The dive comes in here from Emiliox. Doesn't find anything so far. In fact, just finds a face full of freeze. But Pangalex gets the kill onto Frozen immediately here. The point cap will go in favor here for Snapdragon, but now with Frothy Philly out of the fight, Eyecandy just pushing forward. Crimson trying to find anything, but is unable to do that, and it's going to be a cleanup here for Eyecandy.
Snapdragon really needs to concentrate more on making sure that Eyecandy's gone, where I feel like they prioritize point capture more than winning the fight. So Crimson now with the Junker Queen, so looking to be a little bit more messy here with some antis, again, trying to contribute to the crowd control, and Frothy now on the Kiriko to again provide some extra sustain. So Snapdragon again trying all they can in their wheelhouse to fortify themselves.
Absolutely. You also have Frozen on this Sombra, who's just going to provide more pressure here for the rest of the team. Frozen going to be hacking out that Brigitte of Akko here, but Widorf has found Frothy Philly in the backline. Emiliox is out of the fight here, though, so Snapdragon does have some stability, and they will be able to flip that point into their favor here. Pangolux trying to get out from that hack, but ends up getting hacked regardless, is able to force out Frozen out of the equation. But right now, Eyecandy just poking from the outside, trying to find their way in.
And it looks like they might just do it. I mean, oh, Duke, though, getting Akko, so they might just do it, but then find it a little bit difficult.
Yeah, definitely. This Junker Queen of Crimson trying to find a lot of value, was able to get that knife bolt onto Akko, but ends up getting killed out here by the overclock invested by Pangolux. He comes out here from Kurt Lebert to try and stabilize it. Emiliox looking for more value on this Doomfist. Regamors is out of the picture, but Kurt Lebert is also gone. Widorf just cleaning up the point one by one. All the picks are going to Widorf as the point will flip once again in favor of Eyecandy, but 50% taken here for the side of Snapdragon.
It was good that Snapdragon was able to draw out that fight to their advantage in terms of percentage. So now they have some time to come back in and essentially win it out of an even fight in terms of percentage. And both DPS ultimates are online. Wouldn't necessarily use both of them at the same time, only if it really comes down to it here. But Eyecandy has the rally, but other than that, nothing really to protect themselves. So Snapdragon can get in there pretty quickly and start that engagement. But now I feel like Eyecandy knows where they are, so they're already pushed up. So, I mean, in the sense of, like, can you really use a EMP or Blizzard here where it relies on everyone sticking together? Not quite yet. I mean, Snapdragon's going to have to be a little bit more patient here to find that opening.
We'll see the opening. They already baited out the rally from Akko, so the rally's now out of the picture. Here comes the EMP from Frozen, lands right on top of the team. Regamors ends up falling immediately. Pangolux and Akko are quick to follow, as Snapdragon just cleaning up the point. The Nano Boost was put onto Emiliox, but he has not been able to find anything thus far. Trying to look for anything here as the Meteor Strike will come out, but the point will flip regardless in favor of Snapdragon here, as the Emiliox is trying to keep themselves alive. Will get picked up by Frothy Philly. The point's back in favor of Snapdragon.
That was kind of nice because it was almost like a double bait of support ultimates where that Nano on Emiliox was kind of, you know, really last minute to the point where, like, there was only, what, like 2 members of Eyecandy left. So kind of wasted potential in that regard. And Snapdragon, they did only need to use that one ultimate. So they're actually looking really good in terms of overall ultimate economy. And as we come into this kind of last fight territory here, Eyecandy does have the pulse of Widorf really going to try to look for something and actually flips the point.
Yeah, Widorf flips the points, goes for the pulse bomb, doesn't get anything with it, only landed on Kiriko, who had that fate available. The rest of Snapdragon just trying to pressure out these kills, as the point will flip back in favor here for the side of Snapdragon, but that's a fight that you have to go through another time.
That was really dangerous there for Snapdragon, because if Widorf had successfully baited enough members back to the point where Eyecandy could get through that window, it would have spelled the end there for that fight for Snapdragon. And now 5% left, they're gonna throw out everything they have.
99% overtime triggered here for the side of Snapdragon as the point almost flips again. Widorf just doing what Widorf does, either gets the kills or is in the backline trying to backcap. Snapdragon trying to look for more picks here. Akko will end up falling, but Kurt Lebert is out of the picture here. Eyecandy looking for some stability as it's 93%. Snapdragon back on the point, thanks in part to that commanding shout from Crimson, looking for more value as here comes that overclock from Pangolux, gets walled up. The Blizzard's gonna come out here from Duke, trying to settle the score here as Regamor steps on, uses the Suzu early, but Frothy is out of the fight. This is a potential here for the side of Eyecandy, but Regamor's now out of the fight as well. Snapdragon trying to bring this back 99% in their favor as all the picks are in favor of Snapdragon, and we're going to be going to a .3 at the end of the day. We're going to Nepal Sanctum to decide this series.
There's a little bit of fighting spirit left here for Emiliox, but there's so many members on Snapdragon that the overtime wig indeed dipped down. Now we definitely are in for a treat here. I mean, third point of Nepal. Looks like Snapdragon have managed to bounce back after that little momentous sweep there from Eyecandy. So Eyecandy, will they be able to come back again? Or is this Snapdragon's road to redemption?
This could very well be the road to redemption, but it's all going to come down to Sanctum, which you said before we went into the map. This is one of the big Doomfist maps where you can knock people into the pit and make it an absolute living hell for them to try and get any sort of value. Beautiful teleport there from Frothy Philly to get rid of that, or Frothy Philly to get rid of that pulse bomb. Regardless of which, it's It's definitely very close between these two teams. It's all going to come down to what they want to run on Sanctum, and we see Amalgamation off of the Doomfist for the first time today. They're on the Orisa.
Like that strategy from Eyecandy. Definitely not what I was expecting. Probably not what Snapdragon was expecting, because this is a lot more, you know, that protection brawly type where Orisa is basically just a walking shield in the sense of like just mowing down people. But at the same time, she is a tank who could put you in the pit with that walk. So gotta be careful here.
Frozen already gets the kill on the Regamors. Will cost their life for it, but still, already advantage here for the side of Snapdragon as Amalgamation has to try and push forward with only one support behind them. The point right now is unlocked. Two people trying to battle it out for it on the side of Snapdragon, while Widerf is the only one. Point will flip in favor of first for Snapdragon.
And this is really important for Snapdragon to take here because, of course, setting the score for them, making sure that Eyecandy doesn't have the control to push people off and bully. And again, Frozen getting these initial pickoffs.
Yeah, Frozen has found Regamors 2 times so far. Crimson able to get the kill into Wydorf as well. It is possible here as Amalgamation almost falls into the pit of doom, trying to keep themselves alive with that Fortify, but will just get pressured on by Crimson, who gets the Carnage onto Akko, and the rest of Eyecandy having to retreat here. Snapdragon looking pretty strong here on this Junker Queen comp now.
I like how they kind of found something that works for them, where they, I don't know, like, what about Junker Queen? Because that's really the only difference, but I mean, Eyecandy, maybe it's them. Maybe it's they're not as comfortable on this Orisa as they are on the Doomfist, but for whatever reason, maybe it's because it failed on Village that they want to go Orisa.
Yeah, I saw that coming through the wall. Amalgamation knocked Crimson right into the pit. The Junker Queen now out of the fight, and the Orisa is just going to start plowing into the enemy team. Duke trying to look for the backline here. Does get the stick onto Akko. Will force out the Immortality Field, but now Kurt LeBert is out of the picture. Widerf is gone, but now both supports gone here for the side of Snapdragon. It's going to be a reset here for the side of Snapdragon. They're just trying to stall this point out as much as possible to get as much capture percentage as possible before the point eventually flips over in favor of the Eyecandy.
Eyecandy has a lot here to keep themselves in the running, where essentially literally all 5 ultimates. Snapdragon definitely going to have to execute this really slickly, where Frozen can definitely use that EMP to cause a lot of havoc in the sense of striking first and not letting Eyecandy really recuperate after this map flip. But again, Eyecandy's definitely on the aggressive here.
Yeah, the aggressive comes out. Here comes that EMP coming out from Frozen. Focus right on Regamors, who did not have the rally up. Overclock invested here from Pegalux, as is almost every single ult on the side of Eyecandy, but they are falling like flies, as now Snapdragon cleaning up this point. They're going to be able to get that point flipped right back in their favor.
I do not like how Eyecandy did that, because that was a massive EMP, catching 4. And I feel like at that point, especially as the first person falls, I feel like that is an automatic reset, because if you can't fight the fight in the beginning, chances are you're not going to be able to win it. And the fact that they used so much, I don't want to use the word wasted, but at the same time, like, there was so much they could have saved for this next engagement. The point does get flipped though.
Yep, Widerf does Widerf things, ends up going right back, and backflips the point in favor here for the side of Eyecandy. Is going to try to pressure out Duke as well. Eyecandy actually have some picks in favor here. Crimson and I believe Froggy Philly both died in that engagement. Kurt LeBert now out of the picture as well, as that point's going to stay in favor here for Eyecandy. They have some momentum to build off of now.
Man, that's annoying. I mean, like, imagine, like, saying all that stuff, like, oh my gosh, Eyecandy made a critical mistake with their ults, and then it's just back cap. Nah, silly back cap, we win. Oh man, if you're Snapdragon, you're definitely probably as annoyed as I am, but now you gotta really build your ultimates and come back here.
Absolutely. You see Crimson going for the wide angle here. Duke gets hacked, able to stay alive thanks in part to that recall. Rest of Eyecandy just trying to chase down the enemy Tracer has been causing so many problems, but Froggy Philly gets the kill onto Akko here. An amplification matrix is not going to be used this fight. Hack goes on to Amalgamation, ends up getting burnt down alongside Widerf, who gets the kunai right to the head. Point will flip back in favor here for Snapdragon, his last fight territory for Eyecandy.
So maybe I was right after all, because in that fight, obviously Eyecandy didn't have as much as they would have liked, because they used them that previous time. So now, as we get into the final 2%, it will be a touch, but what happens next?
EMP comes out here from Frozen. Nobody from Eyecandy is there to touch except for Widerf. Rest of the kicks, however, are going in favor of Snapdragon, trying to clean it up. Kurt LeBert gets a pulse bomb right to the face. Widerf trying to bring this back, but has only 1 health to the name, trying to keep themselves alive. Now it's Regamors on the point, trying to stall it out here on this Lucio. Widerf eventually falls, so will Regamors, and Snapdragon are going to find a very sweet victory to start off their BPL season of wins. They get the win over Eyecandy.
This was definitely an upset. I will say it. Like, I do not think that Snapdragon was really projected to win it. I mean, on paper, I mean, they had that record. Eyecandy, I mean, had been like, you know, basically the grand finalist contenders here, like, but they really pulled it together, and I'm really proud of that squad and that the fact they were able to do that sandwich effect and really catch everybody off guard, because that's like really what brings the entertainment and fun to BPL, where there's these underdog teams really pulling it together and surprising everybody.
Absolutely, Snapdragon starting to put themselves on the right foot here. Again, they took a victory over the Worcester Steel Divers in the preseason, or at least in the kickoff clash, which again, the Worcester Steel Divers are currently undefeated to my knowledge. So definitely a strong performance coming out here from Snapdragon, showing that they can contend with the top dogs, and that today's match was absolute proof of that. Eyecandy did have some strong moments, but it just seems like they just need to work on a little bit more in order to put themselves in the right position to start getting more wins under their belt. But overall, a strong performance from both teams, but at the end of the day, it's Snapdragon walking away with their first victory of BPL Season 5. A very good victory for them, and now the momentum is going to start accelerating in favor of Snapdragon here, MFG.
I agree, Bowsy, and I think in the sense of Eyecandy, it's definitely not a talent issue. I mean, we talked about Emiliox every single second of Midtown. I think it's more strategy and those kinds of, like, playmakers. Where in the sense of what I had just talked about, where when they used all their ultimates after that EMP hit, that came back to bite them, because then in the following fight, they didn't have anything really to defend themselves with, which allowed Snapdragon to flip the point at 88 and take it all the way. So I think if Eyecandy kind of tweaks that in the sense, maybe it's weather communication, I think they'll definitely continue to show themselves in BPL as one of the top contenders.
Absolutely, definitely could see a lot of strong performances for both of these teams, whether it be Snapdragon starting to get the wins that they need, or Eyecandy recovering from all of these losses that they've sustained overall in the season. But definitely a strong performance from both of these teams. It's all a matter of where they go from here. What if Snapdragon is going to be able to ride that momentum, or if Eyecandy is going to be able to recover from these losses that they've been able to sustain this season?
I really hope that Eyecandy can bounce back after this, again, kind of take a step back and really see like what went wrong there for them. But of course, Snapdragon, I really hope they take this opportunity as well as kind of a learning step, where they can kind of see like what they needed to do to really overcome the enemy here. And with all these kind of other top level teams, if they can be able to go ahead and replicate that. We will have to see next time they play, because we are going to go to a break, and we will be right back with more BPL action.
too high when nowhere to fall down to. Empathy around you, standing looking back. You heard it all before now, losing what you didn't know you had. Fearing what you want is nearing, but you're really trying to get away from it.
Welcome back, folks, to Week 3, Day 1 of Bad Pachimari League Season 5. I'm joined here today with Wooly for Frenetic versus Amalgamation. I hope you're doing well, Wooly, and so is chat. What should we expect for today's match?
I'm expecting a really even match here today. Amalgamation just went through a bit of a rebuild. You know, they've had to sign 3 new players after 3 players have left, but I've really liked the players that they've picked up. You know, they're really, really good. Mahir, Akua, both really, really strong players. And so I'm really excited to see Amalgamation's new team. And I think on paper, these teams are pretty similar. You know, they both got pretty solid backlines and then a really, really strong hit scan player in Optical and Akua. I'm really excited to see that duel go on. Optical and Akua battling it out should be really, really fun to watch.
And Frenetic, of course, coming off of a kickoff tournament win, although not doing too hot in the regular season, dropping matches to, I believe, Unknowns and Crusaders.
Yeah, Crusaders really strong, and then unfortunately Frenetic couldn't win the run back against them.
Yeah, Crusaders, I believe, standing at the top of their group currently, so, you know, can't be too upset about this loss. But as we head into the match here shortly, you know, what kind of compositions do you think you should be expecting these teams to run? Starting off on Esperanza, you know, are we expecting the dive, the Ramatra Brawl? You know, Esperanza is a map that opens up a lot of possibilities.
Yeah, I'm expecting a Ram Mirror here. It seems to be what's going in the meta here for A-League. That's just what's been happening at the moment. And, you know, Teku is a traditional main tank. I think the main tanks have been leaning towards playing this Ramatra comp, so I'm definitely expecting it out of Frenetic. I'm not quite sure what Amalgamation's going to do. You know, a new team coming in, you might see, you know, Brawl's easy to play with a new team. You might see them go with the Ram Brawl as well. So yeah, probably a Ram Mirror coming into Esperanza.
Ram Mirror. We'll be starting off with, so Frenetic, do you have 2 tanks? They've got Tekugen and, of course, Team Ireland Synex. So they're going to be starting off with Synex. Does that tell you anything about, you know, what they're going to run? Does that mean we're going to be running the Ram Mirror?
Yeah, potentially. Synex is probably, you know, the better player out of the 2. Teku's no slouch, but Synex, obviously, like you said, on Team Island. So, yeah, I'm still expecting this Ram Brawl. You could potentially, with Synex in, see some sort of dive composition coming through.
I think... do you have any personal preference between this kind of dive and this Ram Brawl on Esperanza? You know, again, a map that kind of opens up the flexibility to run either, depending on your personal preferences. Even the Junker Queen, we've seen a lot of play on.
Yeah, I think, you know, at the very top level, Monkey is, or if you have the option, you should probably run it. But A-League, you know, we're amateurs here. Ram Brawl is a really easy comp to play. But A-League, there's a lot of very, very good players. It's very, very possible that they just, you know, have that synergy. Especially, you know, Frenetics had the team synergy for a few weeks over Amalgamation. You might see them, you know, just have that team coordination with the dive, able to get onto the backline. But yeah, really unsure. I think there's just a lot of good options on Esperanza.
Absolutely. And also, I mean, Frenetic, between, you know, they have Tekugen and Synex, 2 very strong players. So, you know, if one player has, you know, a bit of a preference or, you know, stronger comfort on one tank versus the other, they do have that flexibility versus just Interflux leading the tank role solo on Amalgamation.
Yeah, absolutely. So you might see the Esperanza pick be one that they put Synex in specifically. And you might see Teku come in for Ike, try and play a different hero, play a different role.
And, you know, we were talking about the tanks a lot here, you know. What about what about the DPS? What should we kind of expect from them?
I'm hoping for a Sojourn Mirror. I really am. Optical and Akua are both really, really strong on Sojourn, and I really like watching Sojourn play. She's pretty balanced at the moment. You know, recent buff makes her really strong in the neutral with very accurate secondary fires, and obviously you always got to watch out for that rail shot. And Optical and Akua both proven in different leagues and in BPL that they can match it up.
Yeah, definitely. Sojourn not the common pick, especially in the kind of Ram Brawl outside of specific maps like, Lijiang Control Center. But, Esperanza, again, a map with kind of these longer sightlines where you can afford to get away. So we'll see if we see any railguns to the dome. I believe we're just running into some short technical problems. So we'll talk about the teams a little more here. You mentioned these backline lines, both very strong for both teams.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, part of the
what do
reason
you want to see from them?
Part of the reason you might see Brawl from Frenetic is Painless is really, really strong on the Lucio. He definitely can play Brig, definitely not a bad Brig player, but prefers that Lucio, made their name in leagues like League Zero and Toka on the Lucio. Has great mechanics. Definitely the reason why you could see Frenetic run the Brawl. Put Painless on his comfort pick, let him just into the backline, get big trades. And then you've got the new pickups from Amalgamation. You've got Melon, coming in here, and Strudel has been on the team the whole time. Been one of the better players, I think, for Amalgamation when they were struggling a little bit. It's just a really solid backline.
So both, pretty strong backline, solid DPS, good tank players. I think should be a pretty interesting match. Amalgamation obviously on a bit of an upswing, taking their revenge on off-tank Union, and especially with this rebuild, should be pretty interesting as we see. Frenetic on the other hand, again swept through kickoff tournament, not finding too much success recently. Do you think there's anything Frenetic need to change or, be more adaptable to in terms of their gameplay?
I think they've just been caught off. Unknowns didn't have a great kickoff tournament, and so they just got caught off guard a little bit there, and Crusaders just came back with a vengeance. They didn't expect Crusaders to come out so hard. So I think they need to be prepared for Amalgamation to be a really strong team. They can't take them too lightly. They're a new team with this rebuild, but they've got really strong players coming through. It's a really good rebuild from Amalgamation. I liked what they're cooking, Teku and Para, the main sources behind that rebuild. So I like what they're cooking. So Frenetic just have to not be caught on the back foot. They have to start off strong. Like a big win starting here on Esperanza would be really good for them.
Yeah, as we see, quick look at the player cams. Say hi to Optical Crash. Don't say hi to Painless, who's being a little rude with the profile picture. Thankfully, in BPL, you will not get fined $1,000.
Yeah, no fines like Profit got.
Maybe you'll get fined 1,000 Twitch points though if you bet on the wrong team. So hope your Preds were correct and you don't pull a BP.
Yeah, sorry for the delay here, folks. We should be coming in shortly.
Yeah, I believe just some technical issues that should be resolved not too long. We appreciate your patience here. Talking about some of the other maps further down the line, we've talked about Esperanza and these variety of compositions that you could run. What are you expecting on Eichenwald? Because we've seen teams even, I believe in the A League, just kind of force this Ramatra brawl, even on second point with that notoriously difficult to attack high ground, with a castle and whatnot.
Yeah, I think on first point you'll definitely see Ram Brawl come out. It's just very strong on that first point, especially on defense. If on second point the defenders are able to get a solid hold, you will probably see a switch onto the dive. Otherwise, you can just snowball from that high ground. Like you said, it's really strong defenders' advantage. So I think we'll start with a brawl, Mirror. I think these two teams will favor the brawl, and then you might see some dive come out on second point for the attackers, especially. Looks like we should be coming in shortly.
Well, once again, we appreciate your patience here. Talking about, the DPS real quick before we head into Esperanza. You mentioned you wanted to see the Sojourn battle. Do you feel like they're more comfortable on these kind of brawl heroes, the Reaper, the Mei, or do you think they're going to be more effective on the Tracers, the Sombras, the Sojourns, or possibly any pocket picks?
I think they're gonna look for the long fights. I think they'll want to play the Sojourn, Hanzo, that sort of thing. They're no stranger to, like, Akua has a really good Tracer, so you may see the Tracer come out here. I unfortunately haven't seen much of one. I'd love to see what they're cooking, and I really do think that Optical is going to opt for these more classical hit scan picks, though. The Hanzo, the Sojourn, the Cassidy, that sort of thing.
As we head into the streets of Portugal very shortly, again, definitely, I think a map that does favor running those kind of pokier, longer range comps, even if you're opting for their Ramatra Brawl a little more. So maybe we expect some Baptistes over the Moiras, like you mentioned, Sojourns or Hanzos. We'll see very shortly as, heroes will be revealed in just under 10 seconds.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this game. Really excited to see Akua play. Very, very glad they're in BPL here after the pickup. I doubt they'll be playing Genji. We do see Optical starting on the Ashe. I think that's something they definitely could start with. And Cynic starting on the Queen. Both tank players starting on the Queen. I'm not sure how long that's
Frenetic
gonna
are
last.
committing to this, given that they're running that Kiriko, of obviously in anticipation of, any potential dive from with an Ana, and from an Amalgamation gonna respond with their own Queen. Obviously, they don't know. Quite interesting compositions. Again, we talked about how you can see Queen on Esperanza, but as they head into this middle point here, we've got the Ashe and the Genji for Frenetic. Meanwhile, Sojourn and a Mei from Amalgamation.
Yeah, Amalgamation are going to be looking for these walls to play off in this first fight. Looking to play a little bit faster with the Mei. Just posturing at the moment. Big dynamite there from Optical.
Team's kind of poking out, and Frenetic now going in. They're going to find Melon and Typhoon just in the back line, being an absolute whirlwind. That's going to be cleaning up Amalgamation pretty quickly. And I think off of that dynamite, Amalgamation not really able to find a wall. They could just kind of shout it in. Typhoon pressed shift, and they got the kills.
Yeah, a really good follow-up. Optical got a massive dynamite, and Frenetic just able to follow up really, really quickly. Got onto that backline, got Melon and Strudel down super early. I think, the Kiriko is slightly better in this matchup. Big Suzus are really good denying axes, and especially when you're playing against the Ashe, denying that dynamite. Big dynamite again from Optical.
Yeah, Optical already 75% on that Bob. We'll see where Amalgamation want to take this fight here. If they're gonna, I believe they've rotated around to the arches here, gonna try to deny the cap, but Interflux going in extremely low, unable to find any support from the team. The Mei wall a little too late and doesn't really catch anybody. Frenetic now just running it down in the back line. They're able to find Akua, and it's just gonna be Amalgamation just trying to stall out the bot. They do manage to steal it away, but it's a bit of a stagger, so we'll see how that pans out. Frenetic, they've got a war chest of ultimates to work with, everything but the sound barrier from Painless.
Yeah, Interflux just went in by herself a little bit there. Obviously a little bit of breakdown in communication, just got absolutely bursted. Optical on the high ground, and Cynics was there to burst her down. Strudel does have this Coalescence though. Pretty much the only thing that Amalgamation has going. They're coming up on the Blizzard and the Beat. Gonna have to try and play fast here.
Really a question of how Frenetic use these ultimates. Obviously, they don't want to stack too many as Amalgamation open and with that Coalescence, but that's a very big Rampage from Cynics. Hits 4 people antied. No kills just yet, and Mahir coming up on the Blizzard, but just as I say that, the Bob comes out, Melon and Interflex down. Should be a cleanup fight for Frenetic, only using the Rampage and the Bob.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of value from the Coal there, as Cynics just went through with the Rampage, got a massive anti. And unfortunately, Melon wasn't able to build the beat. Too many people were antied. And so they weren't able to, had no defense, and Optical Crash, send the Bob in, get that cleanup. And they still have 3 ultimates left here to use, Frenetic.
A wall from Amalgamation and a Blizzard to respond. Kitsune in response, but Typhoon has the blade here. Catches Melon before any beat comes out, and that's going to be a 3k for Typhoon. Can he make it 4? Bolton Cake takes down Strudel. But this Sojourn in the back line, having a little duel, but actually manages to find Typhoon. So, bit unfortunate if you're Typhoon, but, you know, understandable going for that ego play. And this is a lot of push for Frenetic, coming up on 120 meters, and they still have that sound barrier to respond to some of these offensive ults from Amalgamation.
Yeah, really well played there. That was a really big Suzu there from Bolting Cake, able to keep Cynics up, keep the attention of Amalgamation there, while Typhoon just went into the backline, got a big blade. Interflux already going low here.
It's going to be Optical Crash finding Akua. Frenetic were forced to trade it out. Frenetic forced to give up a bunch of space, but stabilize, and now it's going to be Interflux looking for her Rampage. Manages to anti-Painless and Typhoon, but no kills to follow up just yet. Players are really split, but I believe that Cynic's a little caught out. Interflux is going to find Bolting Cake, and it should be a nice cleanup for her Amalgamation. I think they just kind of had the respawns, had the numbers, and obviously they committed the Rampage as well.
Yeah, only committing Rampage is very big there. Yeah, Typhoon was coming back from spawn, so they weren't able to really follow up on the damage that Optical Crash was able to put in there. Yeah, so smart ultimate usage from Amalgamation there. Didn't overcommit, so they have nearly 4 ultimates coming in here. Probably going to look for a Coal engage with the wall here.
Question of who uses the ultimates first, and that's going to be Akua with the overclock, but in response going to be a Rampage from Cyanix, a beat in response to that from Melon, so kind of back and forth. Bob committed as well as the Coalescence. This is a lot of ultimates. A good wall catches off Interflux, but she manages to live for now with the help of that Coalescence from Strudel. Cyanix, however, manages to find his counterpart in Interflux. Looking for more, hits the axe on the Lucio, falling low, and that's going to be a Blizzard committed from Mahir. Doesn't find anybody, just kind of zoning off the point here. Akua falling pretty low to Typhoon in the back, but the Suzu's a little too late. It's a little back and forth, but I think Amalgamation's on the back foot now.
Yeah, an early pick there onto Interflux. Gonna eventually lead to a team kill here from Frenetic. Or a team fight win, rather. Akua trying their best to win this fight. You know, unfortunately, Amalgamation, you can see that they're a bit of a new team here. Getting quite split in fights, and just making it really easy for Typhoon to go in and pick them off in the middle of a fight. And Cynex able to win that frontline battle more often than not there. Painless gets an early take on Tommy here.
And that's going to be the go button for Amalgamation, actually. They're trying to try and find any trades, but it's not going to be it at these arches as Interflux falls shortly after. Akua probably not able to get out here, being hunted down by Typhoon. And that's going to be a nice little headshot to the dome with the shurikens. Frenetic once again working with quite a lot of ultimates. They had that Kitsune rush and only, 10 or so meters to go. Amalgamation, they've got nothing to work with.
Yeah, they're going to want to try and build up this Coal, try and build up this Rampage here. Strudel goes down though, you can't have that happen.
Cynex, Frenetic, they're committing all 3 of their ultimates. They want to get this match over. They don't want to play the 3 minutes and 30 minutes or 30 seconds out anymore. They just want a full cap on each Esperanza and put out a statement for map 1.
Yeah, they've done exactly what I wanted them to do. Just put out a statement win. Didn't take Amalgamation too lightly. Respected them, and through that respect, they've got some disrespect with a cap with 3 minutes left.
See, play of the game with Cynex here, finding a lot of value on this Junker Queen in this mirror. Not something, I expect to see too much on our next maps here, but definitely getting the better of Interflux, of as you mentioned, Amalgamation just going through a rebuild, so maybe the team synergy and coordination not quite there yet, but still have a couple of weeks to go in the regular season.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite there yet. There wasn't much follow-up on the May walls, and mid-fight they were getting split quite a bit. You saw it on the fight in the middle of the point, before Frenetic was able, in the middle of the map, sorry, before Frenetic was able to get that full cap there. They had the slight ultimate advantage. Both teams used all their ults, and then Mahir had that May ultimate left, and unfortunately the team just wasn't around him, so it wasn't able to catch anyone in the ultimate. I also think that Frenetic had a little bit of a comp advantage. I prefer the Kiriko over the Moira. It just gets a lot more value over time with the Suzu, with the able to supplement more damage in there. It was just a very good matchup for Frenetic, I think.
Yeah, I think the Mei also struggled to find value as well. These walls sometimes going a little deep, but regardless, a lot of the heroes have escape abilities that they can then use to not only live through the wall, but also to press the advantage. So we will have some substitutions as we head into our second map, Eyecandy, in this first to two format. We will have Gav in for Interflex, Gavin the Slim, on the side of Amalgamation. And for Frenetic, we just have one Cynex, Tekugen, Bolting, and Painless. So I believe Cynex moving to the DPS slot.
Yeah, so I mean, Optical out, put in Teku in. I'm hoping, I'm not sure this is going to happen. I'm hoping we get a Ryan duel here. You saw last week in Amalgamation's game on Eichenwald, Gav played that Reinhardt to great effect, just absolutely put off-tank unit on the back foot with the tempo that they were playing at. With how Frenetic played that first map, I don't think that they can really get away with that as much as they did last week. So I'm happy that that it's going to be a much closer map this time, that both teams play a really high tempo, and with Amalgamation switching Gavin in, I think that's a high possibility.
It'll be interesting to see what they play here on Eichenwald. Again, first point, obviously a point where you can kind of pick these brawl tanks, those Ramatras, the Reinhardts. Maybe we see both teams stick to the Junker Queen again, but once we head on to second point, you have a literal castle to deal with, so see what they pull out there.
Yeah, honorable Ryan duel, love to see it.
Quite honest compositions coming out from both sides. One has fulfilled your wishes, and they've opted to go for the Soldier here. Amalgamation, I don't imagine they're going to be rolling out on Lucio Zen or Lifeweaver Zen. It'd be quite hard to sustain Gavin, and yeah, we'll see Strudel swap over to the Baptiste here. Mains on both sides. Akua, though, opting for the Genji so far in the spawn room.
Yeah, I think Akua will be swapping, but you could see a change here. Might have been annoyed that they got absolutely diffed by Typhoon by the Genji last time. Akua is staying with this Genji. It's going to be really interesting in the Ryan brawl. You're just looking to absolutely go ham onto the backline with a big Mei wall.
And be about these walls, especially as Gavin Slim. That's a beautiful wall, but Baptiste Lamp in response able to keep Tekugen alive. It's going to be another pin in from Gavin. Really high tempo, as you said, but one finds Mahir. Gavin manages to live, though. That's spoke too soon. Falls down to Painless, and Bolting Cake cleans up Melon. So these aggressive charges in, not finding too much, even though they managed to find a really good wall to start with.
Yeah, that was really good from Bolting there. You see why he's one of the best flex supports in A-League. Able to just keep Teku after he kind of got MTD'd a little bit with that charge. And it was a really good wall from Mahir too. Unfortunately, the follow-up wasn't quite there. And Bolting able to keep his tank up. Another big charge there from Gav again.
Walls from both sides, not finding too much. No ultimates available just yet, but windows online very shortly. But here now we've got a scrappy duel in the backline. Falls to Tekugen. On the Slim has that immortality field and manages to cleave out Tekugen and Painless. Bolting Cake responds with a window, kind of zoning, and Strudel uses a window of their own just to kind of keep the team healthy. As we should see a rotation onto point to just kind of clean up these stragglers. A Blizzard, though, committed from Cynex, manages to catch Gavon the Slim. Will he be able to live? But not if Strudel gets frozen as well. And that's an enormous Blizzard from Cynex, keeping the team healthy and alive, winning this fight despite being down numbers.
Yeah, that was a really, really crucial May ult there. Just able to get Gav in there. Strudel trying to keep Gav up, walked into the Blizzard, it looks like. Got frozen up. And yeah, despite they had the numbers advantage, you know, Gav's getting another charge onto Tekogen, able to get them down, but unfortunately not able to capitalize.
Battle of the
Early
Shatters
hit
as we
goes-
see
Oh,
a
no.
beat out for Melon, but unable to catch Gavon the Slim. We'll see if Frenetic need to even commit any ultimates, as they do use the sound barrier to respond to Akua's Blade, which doesn't find too much. Cynex finds Melon, but Tekogen in the room kind of caught out a little low. Cynex, though, taking over the tank duty, finds 3, pops over Strudel, Akua, and 1. Gets the finish onto Mahir.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. The beat just half a second too late. So Gav goes down. They don't have the sustain there with the big tank health pool, able to go forward. So just going to have to rely on Mahir. And you see Akua swap off the Genji. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. The Genji didn't have too much synergy there with the rest of their team.
Well, and Shatter not finding much. One's Overclock will. Mahir's Blizzard, I don't think caught anybody either, so Von the Slim opting to kind of back out here. Probably see a little reset, but Akua on this cheeky off angle, Fen the hammering. Not able to find Tekogen quite yet. Melon does fall to Cynex, so that's going to be a reset for Amalgamation. And Cynex, they're just going in with this Blizzard.
Yeah, they've caught Gav out. They've caught Akua out. Really good late staggers here. And yeah, Frenetic just absolutely playing out of their minds. They're not losing to Amalgamation. They do not want to. Just 30 seconds left, and all that Amalgamation has is Strudel's BAP window here.
Yeah, and if Tekogen lands a Shatter, it's going to be Jover. I mean, Akua falling a little low on this rotation. A Baptiste window from Strudel does come out here as we see Tekogen going around the flank, trying to look for a Shatter, but does get spotted out and forced to back onto point. Akua, 80% on this high noon as we see Tekogen just going in, hits the Shatter, finds Strudel, finds Mahir. It's going to be a pick, but Tekogen live? Going all the way back to spawn to get this Mega. Meanwhile, Painless traded out, Akua finds Bolton Cake, and this is looking a little rough from Frenetic, a little messy. Getting a little too creative with the charges here, and they're going to pay the price for it by getting point lost.
Yeah, Tekogen might as well have been dead there going for that Mega health pack. It just let Amalgamation walk forward, keep pressing W. They were able to only lose Mahir from that Shatter. You know, Tekogen pressed W, was able to get a couple there. The lamp came out from Strudel before they got shattered. They're able to survive that, and then Teku took a lot of damage, had to go get that Mega health pack. You know, didn't give up the ult charge, but still was basically dead.
A lot of ultimates for Amalgamation to work with here. And that's going to be a Shatter going on straight. It hits the entire team. Painless going to be falling. Should be Cynex falling shortly after. Beautiful Shatter from Gavon the Slim.
Yeah, they baited them really well into the Shatter there. Just presented Melon on cart, and the team was sort of around them too. And they just weren't looking out there for Gav. And gets a big flank Shatter with really good bait there from Amalgamation. Set that play up really well.
And off of that Shatter, they're going to be able to take early fights on this high ground. Not giving up all the space just yet, though. Might be forced to drop after this window. Ooh, Gavon the Slim doesn't respect it and gets an icicle to the dome. That's a brain freeze if I've ever seen one. Amalgamation going to be following shortly after Gavon the Slim as Strudel falls. Staggers coming in. They really should just be dying fast here, although Akua does manage to find Bolton Cake.
Gonna go down here, yeah. Yeah, like you said, they just didn't respect the window. They were trying to get value out of Akua's high noon. He was just stood up there, but that's a lot of damage coming through that window. You can't just stand there and take it. You either have to go forward or come back. And Akua's making another swap back onto this Genji. Might work a little bit better here on second, where you have a little bit more room to play with.
There's going to be a window from Amalgamation, sorry, and have to deal with the Blizzard, but manage to survive with the beat from Melon, and that's going to be picks onto Frenetic. It's just going to be cleanup here unless Tekugen decides to pop the Shatter. Painless decides to pop the beat, and that's going to be a Shatter as well. So you get the Blizzard in response, but really, you know, kind of desperation there. Ultimate's committed. Or sorry, that was a Shatter from Gavan the Slim, actually, so not the worst trade.
Yeah, you really wanted that beat to compete here, though, to get this touch in here. It's a good May wall. Painless is on the point by himself, going really low. Yeah, it goes down.
It's going to be a cap for Amalgamation, though.
Oh yeah, they've capped, yeah.
One still commits the overclock, possibly looking to swap afterwards. Manages to find Akua, but probably going to get run down by this Reinhardt here. Really scrappy stuff from both teams.
Yeah, Amalgamation had a really good May wall there. Tekugen wasn't able to get in to help support Painless. Painless goes down, the only one touching, so the cap goes through. Frenetic, yeah, one, like you said, one does make the swap onto the Hanzo now. Trying to just play
with
back.
This Shatter. Really looking to hit the entire team here. If he manages to find it, that's going to be whittling the time down for Amalgamation, possibly forcing them to cap an OT at best. But they don't even need it. That's going to be Akua, Mahir, and Gavan the Slim just falling in the neutral. The window comes a little late and is just there for the fancy cleanup.
Yeah, now, Amalgamation sort of just played into Frenetic's win condition there. You know, they're going to get a lot of value over time with this Hanzo, with this Tracer. They needed to just press the go button, just press that blade and try and force out the resources, even if you can't get value out of it. But yeah, played into the win condition of the Hanzo. Going in super fast here now.
That's going to be a flank shot from Tekugen, though. Catches Mahir, unable to find the kill. Akua responds with the blade. That's going to be a trade out with the Pulse Bomb onto Mahir, but Akua's found 2 in Painlix and Cynex. Now Akua's found 3 onto Tekugen. Melon with the beat to sustain as no window from Strudel. And I believe off of Akua's blade, that's going to be a cap for Amalgamation.
Yeah, Strudel crucially didn't get shattered there. Able to put the lamp down. You know, Mahir was dead to rights, but really, really good play there from Strudel. And, you know, it was looking really rough on first point. They had 30 seconds left, and then were able to survive the ultimates and just sort of snowball second and third point. They didn't cap with any time. So, you know, there's a bit of a win condition there for Frenetic, but capping when you only have 30 seconds on first is a very good achievement there.
Yeah, Frenetic really want to cap third with over a minute so they can kind of force the draw here. We'll see if we see another Rein mirror now that we've swapped sides. It was quite interesting with Reins charging in and out here and there, flanking a bit. Looks like teams will be opting for more or less the same composition, certainly from the side of Amalgamation, although Akua on the Hanzo now.
Yeah, Akua saw how much value one got in that one fight. Not to, you know, repeat myself, but yeah, looking to just get that value over time and try and get on an off angle. Something that I didn't really talk about in Frenetic's first point defense was one was on the off angles on the Sojourn a lot of the time. Got a lot of value from those, especially when they used overclock. Just sort of slid into the backline and clicked heads.
Cynex on the Echo, perhaps not opting for the May duel, even though I believe he got the better, you know, built 2 Blizzards in the time, Ahir got 1 on this first point. But, you know, Amalgamation with that Hanzo and May, maybe a little harder to contest the Echo, although the Echo doesn't have the Brig or the Mercy kind of pocket, and we're just going to see Frenetic run it down into the backline. It's going to be Cynex possibly catching the Lucio, but might fall off the map himself, because that's going to be both of them off the map. An interesting trade, but obviously Frenetic have the respawns, and they're pushing forward. Just kind of bunkering here onto point. It's going to be Gavan charging in, not finding him any picks on his own, and probably going to be cut out here. Although, actually, Bolton Cake falls down, of all people, and that's going to be Akua finding 2, and somehow, some way, Amalgamation managed to win that fight.
Yeah, they took the aggression of Frenetic really, really well, survived that, and I mean, technically they got a better trade. I don't know if Melon intended for that to happen, but you know, technically got a better trade. And so they were just able to survive that pure aggression from Frenetic. No one died except for the Lucio. It was a really good disengage there.
because of that, you know, Gavan's much closer to this Earthshatter. Strudel already has that window and opts to use it. It's gonna be Cynex falling to Akua Storm Arrows. One a little caught out, low HP, getting chased down by Melon. That's gonna be a Cheerio to the dome. Saying Cheerio back to the spawn room. Probably cleanup here for Amalgamation. Tekugen manages to find Mahir on his way out though.
Yeah, I nearly got Strudel there. Was able to just take the poop. There might be a little bit of an opening for Frenetic while Mahir is coming back from spawn, but Akua is just getting a lot of value on this Hanzo right now. Getting first pick in that fight, and last fight just got a lot of value over time. As this dragon, you know, gonna probably want to use this to just delay so Mahir can get back.
Shatter blocked by Tekugen. And Tekugen's already caught up with his own Shatter, but might not need it because this window from Bolting Cake absolutely lowering everyone. He manages, commits it to solo Shatter Mahir. A little disrespectful if you ask me, but that's certainly gonna secure them the cap here unless Akua can suddenly dome 5 people with the Hanzo logs.
Unable to, and Amalgamation tried to make a play. You know, they had Mahir coming back from spawn. I think they just got back, but they needed to try and, you know, set the tempo a little bit. They were at a little bit of a positional disadvantage.
Tekugen though caught out. Doesn't have the team to support him yet. Just the gates to the second point haven't opened, and Amalgamation recognized that and rushed down and punished Tekugen. So really well played from them. Now they're working with a lot of ultimates though. Frenetic, not too shabby in the ultimate economy themselves.
Yeah, Teku just tried to take a little bit of space there, but because, you know, that Kua was coming back from respawn, he wasn't there for that little engagement there, but all 4 of Amalgamation were there to go and punish. Copy coming in here, 2 Reinhardts, and Reinhardt gone instantly.
Mahir responds with the Blizzard, unable to catch anybody, but does force Amalgamation Frenetic into a sticky situation, as I believe Cynex killed himself with the sticky bombs there.
Yeah, so Cynex's second self-kill with on the Echo this round.
Decides the Echo is not for him, dying to himself quite a bit, so opts for the May duel. Amalgamation, they're working with this beat, they're working with this barrier. Tekugen not finding anyone with a charge, and that gives Amalgamation opportunity for the Shatter. Only finds one, but the beat from Painless there, and now one can respond with their overclock. Amalgamation have a beat of their own, and they choose to kind of just back it off, but Tekugen with a big Shatter finds Melon, finds Gavan the Slim, finds Strudel, and that's going to be a really nice fight win from Frenetic.
Yeah, Frenetic just had more ultimates in the bank there. They had to use all of them to win that fight, but they used them really well. You know, it was a really good beat from Paintless to keep them in the fight. And then Melon also had a really good beat, but unfortunately they weren't able to aggress with it because Teku hit a fat Shatter. And strange rotation coming in from Amalgamation.
Yeah,
I want to take this higher ground.
Flipping the map, and Akua finds Bolting Cake. That's a perfect pick. Frenetic, they have to do something, but they're unable to find the kills, especially with your tank falling down. The rotation, I think, from Amalgamation, just kind of smart, caught Frenetic off guard. You know, they were all just kind of sitting on cart, not, you know, with the best cover in the world, and Bolting Cake just finds a Hanzo arrow to the head.
Yeah, Akua didn't go up with them, was on the off angle. Really smart play there from Akua. Everyone was looking at the rest of Amalgamation on the high ground, so free off-angle shots by Akua. Early Dragon here, coming through, just splits them up a little bit, not going to get too much value.
It is going to force the ice block, and Gavan Slim can follow that up with the charge, though. Tekugen manages to trade out Strudel, but other than that, you know, well played from Amalgamation. We talked about this earlier, you know, when you run these kind of brawl comps on the second point, the rotations can get a little awkward, a little difficult. You're forced to either fight on that bridge, you know, barreling down the sightlines of the enemy team, or get stuffed in that castle room just under there. So we'll see how Frenetic want to rotate this time. They get caught off by the Maywall, though. Beautiful Maywall from Mahir, and the Blizzard's going to catch both supports. Tekugen tries to respond with the Shatter, finds Mahir and Strudel. The Baptiste Immortality finally comes out after Bolting Cake wakes up from the Shatter, so the follow-up not quite there from Amalgamation, despite a really good Maywall and Blizzard.
Yeah, they were able to get both supports from that, but Teku and Cynex fight was winnable for them, and they saw Amalgamation all grouped up, everyone was in the same spot, got the Shatter, got the Blizzard there. Gav gets an early Shatter there on the Teku.
Tekugen And the Immortality Field does save him, but not for too long, as we're going to see Amalgamation trying to clean up here. If they're able to stop Frenetic here, I'm not sure they're going to be able to get another touch as Tekugen forced to swap over to the ball.
Yeah, going to come into here. Probably going to get walled off. Yeah, unable to get in touch.
I'll do you one better. I'll pin you far, far away from the point. And Amalgamation, this is a scrappy Rhine duel, one for the history books, as I believe Joe said in Twitch chat, but coming back with a map win.
Yeah, it was looking real bad there for Amalgamation on that first point. But able to get the win.
From Akua there, as we talked about, with the kind of rotation, catching Frenetic off guard.
Yeah, they played that really, really smartly. You know, they sort of set up angles for Akua really, really well. And sometimes they even set up angles for Gav for an unexpected charge from behind. You know, got a few picks doing that. Amalgamation love playing that Reinhardt on Eyecandy, and it's gotten them 2 wins so far. Last week against Off Tank Union, and now they've beaten probably a stronger team in Frenetic on Ike. We will see Optical come in for 1. You know, I thought 1 had a really good map there on the Hanzo, on the Sojourn. When they were on the off angles on defense, they were doing the same thing that Akua was doing.
Yeah, and I want to shout out Mahir on this Mahir. You know, I talked about how on their attack, you know, Cynix was able to build the Blizzards much faster, kind of 2-to-1, but on the defense, Mahir really stepped it up. These May walls and these Blizzards getting a lot of value, you know. We'll see a replay here, one with this kind of desperation overclock. I believe it's able to actually find a couple picks here. Here, fallen, or actually, I believe, yeah, Akua. But, you know, Von Slim says, hey, what are you doing back here? See the flank shatter here for Tekugen. Nice stick from Cynex onto Mahir. And a bit of a goofy moment with a couple people with mobility, the ability to, you know, stay in the air on these walls, falling off the map.
Yeah, I don't know how to analyze that situation there. Melon was trying their best to live, and Cynex really wanted the kill, and unfortunately both of them, due to what they wanted, died falling off the map. But yeah, this is going to be... Oh, sorry.
I don't think there's much...
map. Right?
Yeah, not much analysis for those falling off the maps, but I think, you know, heading into Lijiang, we can definitely do some, you know. Obviously, Control, you have 3 sub-points, Night Market, and Control Center obviously favoring those kind of brawl comps that we've seen so far from both teams. Gardens, not as much, though, definitely. Map you can still get away with.
No subs here from Amalgamation either, so they want to run this Reinhardt. They want to play super, super fast again. And we're starting on the Symmetra.
Gonna be running Brawl on Gardens here, so Cynex on this Bastion, shades of Pengolex, if you ask me. Both teams is running the Symmetra as well, and that's gonna be a pin off the map! Optical Crash swimming with the fishes, and Gavon the Slim, beautiful pick. Manages to live too, not punished by the Bastion for that charge. So, see if they're able to clean it up here. It's going to be Gavon Slim running it down on Bolton Cake and Tekugen. And off of that beautiful charge, that should be a first cap. Cynex, though, does manage to find Mahir before falling to Akua.
Yeah, you just don't expect Gav to press shift when he does. It just comes out. No one expects it. He gets massive value. Painless gets the diff onto Melon there. I don't know if that was a boop off the edge or if it was just the 1v1. But there's going to be an opportunity here for Frenetic, and they're trying to take it going in here.
It's going to be another charge from Tekugen, though. Painless falls. Von the Slim, if he can live with his Immortality Field, is going to have to shatter, but I don't think he'll even need it, as Mahir, Akua, and Melon just finding the rest of the team. Amalgamation working with ultimates here. Frenetic, not so much.
Yeah, Frenetic, unfortunately, weren't able to capitalize on the fact that Melon wasn't there. Amalgamation just surviving the raw aggression that Frenetic had, and unfortunately, Painless did a little bit of classic Painless feeding. Went down early, and Melon able to come back, so they turned a 4v5 into a 5v4.
Frenetic rotating around to White Room, really looking for this Bastion to find value, but that's going to be the window, and Melon finding even more value as Bolting Cake falls down. Wall does catch Gavon the Slim, but has the Shatter if he really needs to get out. Opting not to use it, good discipline, just trusting his team to help clean up and finding Optical Crash. Painless following as well, and just the window there from Amalgamation. You still have 4 ultimates to work with, and Frenetic only coming up on that Bastion ult and a couple support ults.
Yeah, Amalgamation's playing their tempo really, really well. They know when to engage, they know when to disengage. They're just absolutely making sure that Synex isn't getting any value on this Bastion, isn't able to really get the value from the turret form that they want.
That's gonna be a TP Shatter from Gavon the Slim. Beautiful stuff. You love to see it. You know, Team Ireland with Synex, known for their creative plays, but today it's going to be Akua and Gavon from Amalgamation coming out with a statement win. I believe 100-0, unless somebody can get some sort of miracle touch on Lijiang Gardens here.
Yeah, beautiful flank shatter, and then Strudel able to keep the team alive. Melon got charged there, but really nicely timed lamps kept Melon up. So Amalgamation just set the tempo really, really well on that point. And when they didn't have the tempo, they were able to survive really, really well, played their corners really, really well. Gav is just putting on a clinic on Reinhardt at the moment.
Yeah, I think Synex not finding too much value with the Bastion there. You know, Amalgamation just playing their cover really well, which is why Synex opting to switch to the Mei here. We'll see mirror compositions as we go on to Night Market. You know, with TPs onto point, it can get real scrappy. See if this is as much of a stomp as Gardens, because Amalgamation, they didn't even need their DPS ults or beat, and Frenetic weren't even able to build their own. Optical Crash really late, because switching to the Reaper after the TP, and that allows Gavon the Slim to just find Synex, and Bolting Cake falls shortly after, Tekugen as well. This is looking pretty rough if you're Frenetic.
Yeah, interesting. Both teams opted for the TP out of spawn. Akua happened to stay on that sim. Didn't get too much value, but Optical Crash wasn't there to stop Gav from walking forward. Had all his shield, had all his health for that entire push. Manages to get the Fire Strike onto Synex. So now they're just turtled here on point.
Like a bit of a misplay from Frenetic. You know, without your Reaper, the main source of damage, you really just allow Amalgamation to run you over. That's going to be Tekugen pinning in the walls, stopping the escape into the back line or off the map, coast side. That's going to be Strudel falling, but Tekugen pays for his life. Gavon the Slim has the Shatter, but it's not going to need it. Just going to find the M1s onto both DPS. And a really scrappy, aggressive play from Frenetic doesn't exactly pay off.
Yeah, it nearly paid off. Got the early pick there, but Amalgamation was just able to stabilize, able to get the pick, so it had really good target prioritization and target focus. Tekugen went down pretty quickly after he went for that charge, and then they were just able to get the right targets down.
Now, it's probably going to be a question of these Shatters, as we're going to see Gavon the Slim Shatter not finding anything. Tekugen just 1% away as Bolting Cake has the window, but the Akua Symmetra wall able to zone everybody off, though. Through the window, that's going to be a Fire Strike that finds Strudel, so no sustain available for the side of Amalgamation. Tekugen Shatter not finding much, but I'm not sure if it really matters. Gavon the Slim only going to have that beat to sustain him. Tekugen, though, doesn't respect the beat and falls low. Optical Crash going to be falling shortly after, and despite losing the Baptiste, Amalgamation come up with the fight win.
Yeah, I think Frenetic just respected that sim wall a little bit too much. They waited too long to be able to go in and try and take advantage of the early pick that they got. They let Melon build up to that beat, then instantly used it. Able to sustain through that fight despite having no Baptiste. And Amalgamation looking like they might get the reverse sweep here. One more fight left.
If Frenetic forced the fight win without setting anything up, you know, one of their DPS ultimates, that could be an enormous blizzard from Mahir. So, see as they force their way to a point, that's going to be a blizzard from Mahir. Catches Tekugen, though. Optical Crash able to respond with the Death Blossom. Finds Akua. Synex finds Mahir with the blizzard. Gonna catch Strudel shortly after, and that's a really expensive fight from Frenetic with both DPS ultimates, although I guess you're not too unhappy given that Mahir committed his own blizzard. Finally going to be a cap, so no 200-0 here on Lijiang.
Yeah, thankfully no 200-0. We get to see some more Overwatch. Frenetic coming up on both their support ultimates. So, you know, they used a lot there, but they still have a little bit of an economy here. And Amalgamation don't really have that much. Going to engage with this wall here.
Yeah, we'll see
If
if we
Gav
see
could-
another TP shatter with this shatter that doesn't find anybody, actually gets stunned by something, not too quite sure what. Painless responds with the beat, so able to keep the team healthy. I don't think Teikogen's gonna need this shatter. Just cleaning up Gavan the Slim here, just trying to build a shatter of his own on point.
Yeah, Teku got charged out of his shatter there. Unlucky. I think the timing on Gav's charge there was unfortunately a little bit too late. Akua set up the TP, but unfortunately Gav was already past the TP by the time that he had charged. So a little bit of a tricky play there from Amalgamation attempted. Unfortunately not able to work out. Gav is walled up there really low, and yeah, it goes down.
Yeah, windows on both sides, but that's a really good wall from Cynex, you know? And that's gonna allow them... Bolton Cake commits the window, oddly enough. Little strange, but they still have the shatter in both DPS ultimates shortly to work with. Amalgamation, they only have that sound barrier, so we'll see how they approach this as we're heading into final fight territory as the time ticks up. It's gonna be a Blizzard and Maywall catches Gavan the Slim and Melon. Strudel, though, able to throw that Baptiste Immortality Field, but not enough to save the Gavan the Slim, and this has to be a quick reset for Amalgamation if they want to get a good, clean fight in.
Don't mind that too much if you're able to get the touch in here from Amalgamation. Trading the Blizzard for absolutely nothing isn't too bad. I'm sure Melon would have used it though if they weren't
TP onto point, but they're going to be met with the Shatter and the Death Blossom from Optical Crash, who finds too, you know, the sound barrier from Melon, not able to keep Amalgamation too healthy through that. I think they might have rushed it a little bit. With that TP, you know, they still had 8% to work with, but, you know, they just kind of delivered themselves into the waiting arms of Optical Crash's Death Blossom. So it's going to be 1-1 here on Li Zhang, and we're going to head on to Control Center, the ultimate brawl map.
Yeah, great comeback there from Frenetic. On that last play, Painless gets the main support diff onto Melon there. Melon went for the beat, and then Painless able to boot Melon away. Literally no one else got the beat except for Melon. So I got to assume that Painless was able to get that boot onto Melon. Really big play there. I think that really helped Frenetic get that win.
That really is, you know, a sub-map winning play. Not quite an Ajax, but pretty much as good when you don't have the overhealth to help sustain through that Death Blossom. Both teams decide to cook with the Junkrat Sim. Interesting compositions here, obviously. If there's any map to run Junkrat, it is Control Center, so we'll see. Somebody's trapped in Cynex's trap. No follow-up quite yet, though. Looking for the off angle here. Amalgamation looking like they're able to take the space. Frenetic respecting the spam, backing off a little here. Waiting for the point to unlock and looking to rotate to point. That's going to be Optical Crash, though, caught by Mahir. And Mahir finds two with this Junkrat. Bolton Cake falling. Cynex looking for his own trades, trying to get this Junkrat diff in the back line. Trying to find this Lucio, but unable to find anybody. Little bit of an interesting desperation flank, but Mahir somehow able to find two with this Junkrat, despite having the Rhine Shield from Teikogen.
Yeah, those Amalgamation just got to the White Room really fast. So Frenetic just weren't able to get in. You know, they were just constantly taking the junk spam. Mahir was able to see where they went, but that's a great TP.
Yeah, the TP kind of flipping the map, and Bolton Cake gets the Baptiste differential onto Strudel, so off of that TP play, you know, no ultimates required. In good pick from Bolton Cake. It's going to be a flip for Frenetic.
Yeah, just like that first fight, White Room control is so important. Frenetic realized that they lost that first fight due to not having White Room. Just TP straight to it, you know, and had all the space in the world. Fire Strikes getting the value.
Yeah, that's going to be the Shatter from Gavan the Slim to try and respond to the window Fire Strike, but gets pinned in response from Teikogen, so unable to find much value. So we're going to see Frenetic probably hold forward here. You know, they have the ultimates to work with. Seems like Teikogen, you know, and Frenetic, they're going back and forth, not quite too sure where they want to take these fights. Obviously, they have to respect the TP from Akua, as Optical Crash finds Melon, and Cynex with the Riptire gets the Junkrat kill, and that's going to be cleanup from the rest of Frenetic.
Yeah, they weren't caught off guard from that TP into the back line. Instantly, you saw Cynex just put the concussion mine onto the TP, and you saw all of Amalgamation just go to half health instantly.
Amalgamation
now they're trying to go through this into White Room through this small little corridor. It's not easy.
Rotating through servers, but Strudel, after placing the window, dies to the Symmetra spam. It's going to be Optical Crash responding to the window with a wall of his own, and Tekugen with the Fire Strike cleaves too. Make that a 3K for the kill onto Mahir, and Frenetic playing this extremely well.
Yeah, they're just reading where Amalgamation wants to go every time. They're not caught off guard from TPs. They're not caught off guard from the rotations. Akua swapping onto the onto the Pharah. That is interesting. No hit scan. I guess they just want to get value while they don't have it.
TP into the backline and a flank shatter it's not finding anybody. Melon still responds with the beat though. Painless responds with a beat of his own, and Mahir has that rip tire, looking for somebody, doesn't find anybody. Only takes down the Immortality field, and that's going to be a pin on from both sides. DPS from Frenetic falling low, but managing to sustain as Frenetic, Cynex uncontested here in White Room on this Junkrat, and that's going to be Gavant the Slim and Mahir falling. So unless there's some sort of miracle play, I believe that's going to be a map win from Frenetic, and they deny the reverse sweep from Amalgamation.
Yeah, a great comeback there from Frenetic. You know, they were able to win that last fight on night market or day market, I guess, and then they just had the tempo pretty much the whole rest of the game. Amalgamation trying to get a bit too fancy with it, I think, and Frenetic finally figured out how to play against it. There was Amalgamation for the first time coming out with their new pieces. I thought they looked pretty good. Frenetic is a good team, and going 2-1 against them is a good effort.
You know, I think their teamwork and synergy really improved, you know, just even as the match went on. I mean, it's a little hard to stay coordinated when you have these two super aggressive Reinhardts who just want to, you know, press shift and swing. But so definitely well played from Amalgamation, though. If you're Frenetic, you got to be happy with that win, starting to come back after dropping a couple matches in the regular season here.
Yeah, Frenetic really needed this win. You going 0-3 into week 4 rather. You know, you're a chance of missing the play-ins there. So they really needed this win. Able to, you know, after losing Eyecandy, just calm down. After losing the Gardens on Lijiang, calm down. Get together. You know, calm down. And yeah, organized themselves. Learned how to play against the aggression of Amalgamation.
But again, definitely can't be upset with that, or too upset with that, I should say, if you're Amalgamation. You know, we see a couple of replays here with your new team, and you know, Frenetic obviously winning the kickoff tournament. You know, still taking a map off on Eichenwald, and you know, one submap of Lijiang one way or another. You know, if maybe Painless didn't get this boop onto Melon's sound barrier, we could have a different scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a massive play there from Painless. I mean, Frenetic, a lot of them played really, really well. I think, especially Cynex on that first map was absolutely insane. You know, just absolutely rolled into Flux in the Queen Mirror. Was able to get into that backline, and I thought played really, really well on the Mei, on Eichenwald, and that Junkrat on Control Center there got a lot of value after that first fight.
Yeah, I believe we will have an interview, if I'm not mistaken, with Tekugen. I think we're just waiting for Tekugen to join us very shortly. Welcome, Tekugen, and congrats on the win.
Yippee! We got to win.
I mean,
yeah,
hey,
about that, you guys getting a bit nervous that you're 2 down, you know, after winning the kickoff clash, but worried that you might miss play-ins coming in here?
Yeah, I mean, I think that no one's said it, you know, but I think it's definitely something that's like on people's minds. But I honestly think that these first few weeks have shown how important like the mental of the team is, because we seem to be a really momentum-based team. Like, we did really good in preseason without much issue. I think that we were just kind of able to rely on having good mechanics to start. But now that we're into regular season, that just doesn't cut it. You know, like, our macro is really sloppy right now. And yeah, it's slowly, bit by bit, we're hoping that we can get back to the form we were in at the start of this tourney.
Yeah, I respect the humility, acknowledging your weaknesses and looking to improve on them. Should be heading into week 4 and 5 with more scrims. Might be able to clean that up and find yourselves kind of in the position you were in the kickoff tournament once again.
Yeah, for sure. I also want to shout out Amalgamation. I know that everyone basically knows that this team has just been like fighting demons like with their roster stuff, and they finally, I think, have like a really awesome roster that's gonna stick with a bunch of really cool people. And like I like to think that we're improving, so like my hats are tipped to Amalgamation for like making it close, because like we were 1% away from losing that series, and I really think that Amalgamation has a lot of bright spots in the future for the rest of this run.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And just one last quick question, because we do have to get to the next match. Did you and Gav have a little bit of a Ryan agreement?
Yes.
Going on to Eyecandy and
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes, we did.
Oh, the honorable Rindle, and respect for Amalgamation as a whole. You love to see it. That's what we're about here in BPL, having a fun, respectful environment to play some good Overwatch in.
Yeah, I'm happy to have got the win. Got to keep improving, because we're behind the ball right now, but I believe in this roster. I still think it's filled with some of the best players in BPL. It's just a matter of making everything stick together.
Absolutely. So best of luck moving forward, and congrats once again on the win.
Yep. GG's.
That was Tekagen with us. Thanks for the interview. We'll be heading into a short break, but stick with us because we've got another match casted by yours truly coming up shortly.
I've been learning how to love again. It's like a rush of blood straight to my head. I've been learning how to love again. I can feel it crawling under my skin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love me like you do. I've been chasing all these feelings, but I couldn't even hear my truth. I've been running from emotions every time I feel something new. I just wanna I've been learning how to be a friend. I'm not the same like when I used to be. 'Cause now I'm better than I've ever been. Just being me now, you can call it a sin. Just don't know why it's taking me all this time. Mending all these worn out feelings in my mind. I just wanna love me like you do. I just wanna love.
Welcome back to week 3, day 1 of Bad Pachimari League. For our last game here, I'm joined by Wooly, and we've got a C League match for us today on our hands here. 3 a.m. cup of coffee versus Hexed.
Yeah. 3 a.m. cup of coffee hasn't quite lived up to the hype yet. They were pretty hyped preseason. Haven't managed to get a match win in the kickoff clash or the regular season. They're going to be looking to come in, get their first win here against Hex, who, middle of the pack team, solidly, gone 2-2, if you include the kickoff clash there. Lost to some pretty good teams, Mirage last week, and they were able to take a map off Mirage, who I think uncontested are the best team at the moment. So 3 a.m. cup of coffee have their work cut out for them. Hexed has a really, really strong DPS line. Banana Shake, Andrew, both really, really strong, and then Tim Week getting subbed in is no slouch himself.
Yeah, absolutely. So we take a look at the rosters here. Only Mustard listed on the support here for Hex, but I imagine that they'll have somebody else playing that support. 3 a.m. cup of coffee, though, I think, having casted them even against, like you said, the uncontested strongest team in C League of Mirage here. They've shown moments of brilliance. They've shown, strong points. So we'll see if they're able to find their first match win here.
Yeah, I believe they've been down their tank, or was that Hex? I can't remember. One of the, Swanky Pants on Hex, sorry, has been down. So you could see Hex get even stronger here. Fortunately, I don't know much about 3 a.m. cup of coffee other than Mr. Nick thinking. Very, very solid main support coming in here. Going to look to lead from the back. Try and get 3 a.m.'s first win.
I mean, in the kickoff tournament, with the preset map pool, I believe, of Antarctica and a lot of teams opted for Numbani, So we kind of saw D.I.Y. We kind of saw lots of Ramatra Brawl. Heading into Colosseo here for our first map. I imagine probably the Ramatra Brawl, maybe Junker Queen. Maybe we get another honorable Rindle. We'll see.
Yeah, I would love to see another honorable Rindle. Pretty decent on Colosseo. You put something like a Hanzo or a Sojourn in behind with those long sight lines on the middle of the map. Can do a lot of work there. And Ryan can just try and play the small corners and slowly get up and try and take that brawl. Ramatra does get a lot more value because like I said, there is massive sightlines on that middle part of the map. So I think an early advantage would go to that Ram in that initial first fight, and first fight on push is very, very important.
Yeah, first sight of Colosseo, kind of infamous, those kind of long sight lines. Everybody just sits there and pokes for hours and hours. I mean, you had that match, I believe, San Francisco versus Washington Justice, where it was like 2.5 minutes before the first kill because they were just sitting at Colosseo. So like you said, definitely a map that favors slightly more pokey variations of the brawl composition. Like you said, the Hanzos, maybe the Sojourns even. Definitely the Baptiste and Ramatras.
Yeah, I do expect to see Rams coming out here. You might be able to run a dive. Dive can be pretty strong. You can set your Tracer and your Sombra up really, really well on this point. There's a lot of good, important health packs to hack as well for that Sombra. So you could potentially see some Monkey Dive coming in here, but I think the sightlines are just going to be too strong. You'll probably see a Ram duel with potentially a double sniper. You could see Sojourn and Hanzo both come out. But May walls are also very, very important. Just getting a free block onto that main tank can be an instant blow up, especially here in C League where, the Baptiste reactions aren't quite as fast, or you might see a Moira come out as well.
Yeah, I think the dive a little harder, especially with that glass in the middle. I mean, if you know, you know. So, probably these kind of brawl compositions on Colosseo, but, C League, so you can definitely see teams just kind of opting for what they're more comfortable with. Midtown for our second map in this kind of 1-to-2 format, though, could definitely see more dive, especially once you move past the first point.
Yeah, Midtown quite similar to Eyecandy, where that second point, that higher ground, can be quite oppressive. So you could just need to swap onto the dive so you can actually gain any space at all. But we're on Coliseo here. We're going in. Going to start us off on this push map like we are in all of week 3.
Yeah, head into the streets of Rome.
Lovely shot. Blizzard never struggles to fail with their background shots. They always look amazing.
We see 3 a.m. cup of coffee. All right, more or less what we expected. Spooka opting for that Moira and Stormcloud or on that Reaper, so a really fast composition. Kind of just wants to run it down. No Mei to help catch people off guard. Hex though, responding with a bit of a slower comp. They do have that Mei to work with and Daddy Dolphin on that Baptiste, so a little slower. They can play for these Mei walls, try and look for somebody to catch off. And we'll see which one of the Soldierns gets better value.
Yeah, I think Hexed have the slightly better comp here. I think Mei gets a little bit more value over the Reaper, and Baptiste gets a little bit more value as well. That's a good Mei wall to start with.
Yeah, Swanky Pants falling, or Sweatpants, sorry, falling extremely low and not able to live for too long, as that's going to be Banana Shake finding Sweatpants, and Swanky Pants following 2 more with the Fist of Fury. We've got Swanky Pants versus Sweatpants on this Ramatra duel, and it's going to be a bit of a stagger onto Luster as well.
Yeah, that's going to be confusing for this cast.
And another onto Stormcloud. Swanky Pants staggering out a 3 a.m. cup of coffee and already 75% on that Ramatra Annihilation.
Yeah, got 4 kills there, and that was a big Mei wall there from Banana Shake too. Sweatpants didn't use their block as soon as they got walled, so just got absolutely bursted down. Both slows coming in here, and both forms coming out early.
Gonna see a fight around this corner, but Andrew finds Spooka with the railgun. Swanky Pants just living, has this Annihilation if he needs it, but probably not with Sweatpants falling down. As long as, Luster doesn't find any more than Daddy Dolphin, there should be more push coming on the side of Hexed.
Yeah, that is a good pick though. They might be able to come in and recontest after they get this checkpoint here. Your main source of heals you want to keep, and Mustard doesn't quite have this beat, won't quite be able to sustain, but you could just see Hex go really, really fast, try to go into the backline with this Annihilation.
Hex, I think opting to back out after the cap, I think a really smart move, given that you're down the Baptiste, like you said. You secure these forward spawns for probably the fights coming forward, and you still got ultimates to work with. 3 a.m. cup of coffee, though, coming up on that Coalescence, and they have that overclock, but that's going to be Swanky Pants just engaging instantly with the Annihilation. Banana Shake falling down, but that's going to be Thinking Spooka and Luster dying to the Annihilation. Sweatpants finds Mustard, but Sweatpants falls to the Annihilation as well, and that's just going to be more punching from Swanky Pants to clean up Stormcloud.
Yeah, Swanky Pants was just allowed to do whatever he wanted there. Just went into the backline, no one looked at him, no one tried to force him to block. He was punching the whole time in that Annihilation. It would get so much value there. And I think you're really starting to see the comp advantage coming out here from Hexed. The Moira is just not able to do that much, and the Reaper isn't keeping Swanky Pants in check. Early Blizzard here catches Sweatpants.
Yeah, kind of a Blizzard bait as they're kind of rotating out, though. Thinking manages to get Daddy Dolphin. I'm not sure if that was a boop off the map. Sound Barrier committed from Mustard here. They're kind of down numbers here, so working with not too much here. Stormcloud's Death Blossom not able to find anybody just yet, but finally cleans up Mustard and Swanky Pants, so it's going to be finally 3 a.m. cup of coffee getting their push. Hex do have these forward spawns, though.
Yeah, and I think that's good ult trades for 3 a.m. cup of coffee. You trade the Blossom and the Coalescence for the Beat and Blizzard, with 2 really strong ultimates from Hex being lost there. And Thinking, I think, won that fight with that kill. Unsure whether it was the boop, like you said. Early beat here from Thinking. Might be a little bit too early. Yeah, Hex is just able to disengage it. Oh, never mind, Mark was down. They're able to chase down that kill.
Banana Shake turned into Banana Mush shortly after. Daddy Dolphin swimming with the fishes. Luster just on the Soldier and picks up a nice little 3k, so that's going to be 3 a.m. cup of coffee. No ultimates required other than that beat from Thinking. Able to push now.
Yeah, good communication there from 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee. I think the beat was just a touch too early, but they were still able to make use of it, still able to go down, catch Mustard off guard. And Hexed didn't have many resources. They used it to survive, and because Mustard was down, they couldn't continue to disengage. Early overclock here from Andrew.
This is a really good disengage, though, from 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee, just playing inside the shops here, using that cover, and now they have their own Annihilation to respond with. Annihilation on both sides, visual cluster mess, as we say. Thinking falls to the Annihilation first, and Swanky Pants gonna find Spooka, so that's no supports available for the side of 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee. A couple trades coming out, but that's gonna be 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee off of the back of Swanky Pants' Annihilation. Fallen.
Unfortunately, 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee just kind of got caught in that room. So when both Annihilations went out, Sweatpants wasn't able to get onto the backline of Hexed, but Swanky Pants could make that trade. God, it's so hard to say Sweatpants and Swanky Pants. Oh,
Next,
hitting the gritty.
Not opting to push the bot as we see Sweatpants doing a bit of T-posing here. They want to take this fight here. Banana Shake has that Blizzard, unable to catch anybody just yet. Finds Sweatpants. Spooka tries to keep him up with that Coalescence, but unable to do anything. Mustard's overclock, not finding too much value there other than Mustard.
Yeah, Banana Shake only got the one with the Blizzard, but it was Sweatpants. So Sweatpants not able to do any tanky, not able to block in that form. So really good ultimate there from Banana Shake. Luster unfortunately couldn't find the angle to get value out of that overclock. Spooka takes an early shot there. Gonna be healed back up, we'll be fine.
I think that's once again a composition difference as we see the window here, but that's gonna be met with the Death Blossom from Stormcloud, able to find Andrew, and Sweatpants follows up with the Fists of Fury, finds 3, Banana Shake, Daddy Dolphin, and Mustard down. So despite the window coming up from Daddy Dolphin, Stormcloud and Sweatpants just run it down, and they're unable to live through all that damage, opting not to commit that sound barrier from Mustard.
Yeah, Hexed was just way too close together there. They made it very, very easy to get a massive Death Blossom in there. Only got 1 kill, but did a lot of damage, and Sweatpants with the cleave of the punches able to follow up there. Swanky Pants looking to early engage with this Annihilation, or thinking manages to get that beat off there.
Yeah, but the sound barrier doesn't save Stormcloud in time. Although the Annihilation from Swanky Pants not finding too much, so Sweatpants responds with his own Annihilation, but just kind of falls. Hexed with that sound barrier from Mustard helping them sustain. So both Annihilations not finding too much, but with the beat to keep Hex up and healthy, it's going to be Hex pushing once again.
Yeah, Hex just had the later bit, and that means more health totals at the end of that fight, able to get their cooldowns back and keep engaging. And now Andrew is the only one with an ultimate coming in here. Doesn't have really the space to work with, and they're just going to give up bot so that they can give Andrew the space to work with. But Spooka goes down early anyway. Banana Shake with the poke May, getting 3.
Yeah, Banana Shake really delivering banana ice cream, with these icicles to the heads and the bodies of 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee. Their coffee's looking a little stale, as only 2 minutes left, and Exeter still pushing, going over 100 meters now. They've got the DPS ultimates to work with. It's just Luster to respond with the overclock.
Yeah, they're going to look to build up this coal in the middle of the fight. Luster pops it early. Spooka's down pretty low, though. Yeah, gets caught out. Andrew, with his own overclock, manages to get 2.
Both overclocks popped out, and Andrew gets the better, but that is Swanky Pants falling to Sweatpants, though, so we'll see if 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee are able to stabilize, not if Andrew finds a railgun to the head of Sweatpants. So that's going to be even more pushed for Hexed. I believe that they are down their tank, though, so we'll see how much they want to push this before deciding to back out and disengage.
Yeah, push it to nearly 120 and then disengage, and they still have good ultimates coming in here. Only had to use the overclock to win that fight. Looking for that Blizzard, which has been really, really good for Hex. Caught Sweatpants out a lot.
They decide to take the fight around in this corner. The Blizzard's going to catch Stormcloud with the help of Andrew, though. Andrew falls in return to Sweatpants. Coalescence out from Spooka, trying to keep this Annihilation up and healthy. And Sweatpants with the Annihilation, just able to clear off Hex. So We're going to be able to start taking this card progress back, as Banana Shake could get staggered here. That's a bit rough. Might not get the forward spawns quite in time.
Yeah, they started off with a disadvantage, but they knew what ultimates they had to use to get it back. Sweatpants with a good annihilation, and Spooker just opting to use the coal, keep them up. You know, able to sustain in the back line with that annihilation does a lot of damage. But you can see the same thing coming out here from Hex with the window and...
Gonna be a into the back line. Daddy Dolphin and the rest of Hex fall shortly after. So despite the window from Daddy Dolphin and Banana Shake just barely catching the forward spawn, 3 AM Cup of Coffee are finally going to be able to get more push here.
Yeah, that's the second time you've seen Hex use the window and then just all sort of stand around next to it. It makes it very easy for 3 AM Cup of Coffee to just walk through it and then use ultimates to try and win that fight. They don't have any left here, so they're probably going to have to disengage. Early annihilation here from Swanky Pants.
Swanky Pants just running it down with this annihilation, finds Stormcloud before they're able to cap. That's going to be a beat as well, and an overclock from Hex, because, you know, it's overtime, this last fight. 3 AM Cup of Coffee unable to do anything, and that's going to be a pretty solid first map win for Hexed.
Yeah, very, very confident in that. They didn't really look like ever losing that map. The only time they really got out-tempoed was when they stopped pressing the tempo. You know, most of the time they were just pressing W, setting the tempo. They got caught out a little bit when they tried to use their window. You know, everyone tried to use it rather than trying to set up angles and have your tank run through it. But yeah, really, really solid stuff from Hexed. 3 AM Cup of Coffee just can't keep up with the tempo that they're setting at the moment.
Yeah, outside of, like you said, those moments, like we saw in that play of the game, where they're able to just run down into the clump with that Death Blossom, with the Ramatra Nemesis form, you know. 3 AM Cup of Coffee finding themselves kind of on the back foot here. We'll head into Midtown as our next map in this first of two, so we really want to see if 3 AM Cup of Coffee can look better on this dive. Otherwise, their match hopes not looking too great.
Yeah, in A-League, we've seen a little bit of a meta come through with a bit of a poke meta on defense, playing the SIG with the double sniper. It works really well on those first 2 points for the defense. A lot of angles to be set up. So you could see 3 AM Cup of Coffee trying to change things up by playing that, but they did not look like they were in it for the Brawl Mirror. So if they take this Brawl Mirror again, I would expect Hex to just take it pretty cleanly again.
Yeah, you know, maybe some sort more interesting rotations, even in the Brawl Mirror on Midtown, could shake it up, especially with that high ground on second point. We'll have to see. Hex, though, running their mandatory substitutions in here in BPL, so we will have Tim Week and Kuro coming in on the DPS lineup for Andrew and Banana Shake.
Yeah, this might be the change that 3 AM needs. Jinx is coming in for Luster, who I thought Luster was probably the standout a little bit for 3 AM Cup of Coffee. He was able to get some picks on that Sojourn.
Yeah, but, you know, with these mandatory substitutions, you know, given that it's a first to two, so you have to throw them in on this map, you know, what can you do? We'll see how the teams work with their rosters. I mean, these substitutions, you know, they're still part of the roster, so I imagine things won't be too different, especially given that we're not seeing any changes on the tanks.
Yeah, Swanky Pants is just pressing W really, really hard, using his form rotations really, really well. Able to know when he needs to use it, when he needs to use block, when he can punch, but most of the time he's able to just punch all the time. He isn't getting stopped, not much pressure being applied to him. And so we'll see if that trend continues on Midtown, or that Hexed and Swanky Pants especially can just keep setting that tempo, keep pressing W really, really hard. And you definitely can do it on Midtown, like on defense especially. You get to pick your engagements a lot just because of how oppressive those choke points are, how oppressive on second point that high ground is.
That is the most square piece of pizza that I've ever seen. And, you know, we're not in Chicago, we're in New York here. Both teams, once again, opting for that Ramatra Brawl, it looks like. And, you know, once again, I think we're just talking about the pants differential here. Would you rather have your pants be swanky, or do you want them full of sweat? So, in this mirror, and once again, I think the Baptiste works a little better than the Moira from Spooka here. I imagine Hexed have both the compositional advantage and, you know, obviously we saw them win Coliseo.
Yeah, opting for Reaper Junkrat, which aren't very synergistic. You know, Junkrat wants to take long fights, get a lot of value out of their main source of damage, and then Stormcloud wants to play... Oh, we've got a pause coming in here. Spooker has DC'd. But yeah, it gives me a little bit more time to talk about, you know, the Reaper and the Junkrat, which aren't synergistic. You know, Reaper wants to go fast, Junkrat wants to go a little bit slow, try and get value over time. So Jinxed is, you know, known as a bit of a Junkrat player. So we'll have to see how they go with this. I think on offense, it's going to be really hard to get value out of the Junkrat. You know, Hexed can just sort of not take the damage, and it's hard to get flanks with the Junkrat. It's really hard to get those angles set up for them.
Yeah, the sight lines on first point even can still be pretty open. You know, that's why oftentimes you might see these kind of dive compositions played here on Midtown. And also, once again, I got to point out that Hexed are running, you know, this Sojourn and this Baptiste, able to control the angles a little better, able to sustain a little longer as you sit at the back of the map, you know, and watch over all of first point. Meanwhile, 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee with that Moira, you don't have the immortality field to help your tank out when he gets walled out or caught in the blizzard, right? As we head back, I think Spooka is reconnected and both teams are ready. So I want to see how 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee respond to this May from Kero.
Tim Week with the classic Tim Week chat in there. But yeah, Spooker's lost 2% on Cole. That shouldn't really matter. Oh, this is it. Oh,
Hex trying to pull a meta Athena, but not quite there, as that's going to allow 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee to just flip the map and rotate onto point. Now, Jinx in this room with this Junkrat. Kuro, though, does find thinking. Junkrat not quite able to find him weak on that Soldier just yet, and that's going to be Sweatpants following extremely low. Going to be bursted down by Swanky Pants and Tim Weak. 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee. Unable to find any tick or percentage capture here. So, despite the scuffed rotation, let's say, Hexed managed to come out up on top.
Yeah, 3 Cup of Coffee I think you really see the disadvantage there of the Moira. Wasn't able to keep Sweatpants up, so Sweatpants couldn't really walk forward despite them having a positional advantage. And, you know, Jinx actually got set up on an angle that I thought was advantageous for them. But they just couldn't press with it. They don't have the healing, they don't have the sustain, they don't have the utility.
Cup of Coffee opting to rotate around, and Sweatpants does find Kiro, so no wall available. Jinx has this Rip Tire. Might not need to use it, as Sweatpants has already found two. Sliding, he's the better pants today. Tim Weak, though, with the Soldier, he does find Jinx. Stormcloud cleaning up Mustard. Get that off of my hot dog. Tim Weak decides to commit the overclock here, despite being down numbers and not able to find much, because, you know, without your team to support you, you can't really take an angle here. Kiro just going for a bit of stall. Might actually get staggered here, and that's going to be 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee capturing the point.
Yeah, Hex just tried to take the fight a little bit too early there. They tried to catch them in the rotation, but 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee had already made it. Jinx was already set up in a really good location, and the backline of Hex just exposed themselves a little bit. Sweatpants was able to walk back onto them. A lot of ultimates coming up in this next fight. Only one been used this map so far.
Hex, though, they're dropping down straight with the Annihilations. Gonna find Jinx, gonna find Spooka. Should be Stormcloud falling shortly after. Swanky Pants, though, looking for the 4K. Doesn't quite find it, but doesn't matter. It's just going to sit around in the trap for a bit. So, you know, I was wondering how 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee were going to approach this high ground. It's kind of hard to rotate onto without being caught out. But Hex decided, you know what, we'll bring the fight to you with our Annihilation. And caught 3 a.m. Cup of Coffee just kind of off guard. They didn't have the sound barrier to defend it with.
Yeah, they took a really wide rotation, so made it very easy to walk onto the backline without the cover. And Swanky Pants took a... Oh, Jinx, early pick onto Mustard. That's big. No barrier here for Hexed.
It's going to be Stormcloud finding 2 after Jinx. So despite the amplification matrix coming from Dolphin here, 3am Cup of Coffee are going to be able to push through. Possibly set up on this high ground too, which is going to be really strong for them. Able to take the fight in a little more advantageous of a position if they opt for it.
Yeah, and I guess I got to eat my words with the Junk and Reaper. They worked really well together. The Jinx sat back, got a pick, and then Stormcloud took advantage of it. Able to get, without the speed boost of Mustard, Stormcloud was just able to get an easy Death Blossom in here. Early beat here from Thinking again, and Mustard just counters it.
Yeah, we're going to see a fight here in the tunnel. Annihilation popped, and Blizzard in response catches Sweatpants in the Annihilation, which is enormous. Jinx, though, looking for picks with this Riptire in the back line, manages to trade out the Lucios. That's going to be an Icicle to the Dome for Akiro, so Stormcloud down. Swanky Pants still has this Annihilation, so Sweatpants should be falling. And really interesting that they chose to take the fight down here,
Yeah, I suppose you can spam Junkrat mines down into there, but Jinx was setting up the tire, so yeah, they took an early beat fight again. Didn't get much value out of it. Mustard was able to use their own beat and counter it pretty easily, and then Swanky Pants cleaned up with the Annihilation, just through the higher sustain that they had with the later beat and the Baptiste. Jinx swaps onto the Torbjorn, which is interesting here.
Yeah, Hex are going to be able to drop onto them, but, Timweek on the Soldier falls to Sweatpants. Swanky Pants trades out Jinx in response. Spooka falls to Mustard. Swanky Pants has that Immortality field to just keep him up, so looking for more. Has the Nemesis form available shortly, and Kiro on this mage, slowing everybody down, making it hard for 3am Cup of Coffee to play the game, especially if you're waiting on the respawn timer, if your Sweatpants are thinking fall into Dolphin.
Yeah, Timwick caught out positionally there, but it didn't... Oh, nice. That's a really nice pick. But it didn't really matter. Hexed have this better brawl comp, even without the supplemental damage of the Soldier. It's hard for the Reaper to get a lot of value when just getting frozen and punched. It can't get into that backline very easily. And still not a fan of this Moira. Doesn't provide the same sort of utility that you can have with the lamp, pressing forward, making sure you're safe. Good rotation here, though.
X, though, they have a lot of ultimates here. Swanky Pants, though, caught out early before the Annihilation. We're going to see a Blizzard in response from Kiro, but doesn't catch anybody other than Thinking. Sweatpants commits the Annihilation here just to kill Dolphin. A bit of an overcommitment, and they're not going to have that for any potential last fight here on B. Hex, on the other hand, they have the Visor. They have Swanky Pants' Annihilation, so Stormcloud, it's going to be all on him to get a big Death Blossom. So we see a TP up to the Visor, and that's going to be Tim Weak finding anybody with the aimbot. Swanky Pants, though, has the Annihilation, finds both supports. 3am Cup of Coffee, don't have anybody to help sustain. And with that Annihilation, Sweatpants is going to be cleaned up. Jinx, the only person left on point, desperately trying to find somebody with the Torbjorn. It's just the turret on point, shooting Kiro, and that's going to be a hold onto point B for Hexed.
Yeah, I mean, the Death Blossom onto Timweek is pretty funny, but unfortunately, it's not going to get you a lot of value when Swanky Pants, without the damage of that Reaper, is able to just walk into your backline. And yeah, Swanky Pants has just been free this whole match, just been able to walk into the backline. They're able to keep them down a little bit this map. I think the Junkrat spam made Swanky Pants think about their engagements a little bit there. And maybe it would with the Torb too, but they're just destroying this turret before they go for engages and then catching 3am Cup of Coffee out with their tempo yet again.
I really gotta feel like that was, a point-losing misplay from Sweatpants, committing the Annihilation when you're already up by, 3 people just to catch Dolphin, and not having that for that last overtime fight, where, Annihilation becomes even more strong, because everybody's got to touch the point, so you got to take the constant damage from it. Swanky Pants just had that Annihilation, just able to clear the enemy supports off point, because what are they going to do? They have to stay around point.
Yeah, absolutely. And you had that Death Blossom too, so that's a lot of AoE damage if you use both of them there. Timweek starting on the Bastion here. In C-League, you might see more value than we did out of our A-League game last time. You know, people aren't going to rotate their cooldowns as well. Rotate their...
commit to it, so...
Yeah.
See
yeah,
how
Timweek
3 AM
like,
Cup of
playing
Coffee respond?
Shield used already.
In this turret form, gonna be looking to beam down people. Sweatpants following extremely low, but Timweek opts to take some cover, and Sweatpants is able to live as we see rotating onto point. Jinx trying to find people with this Junkrat, not quite able to get anybody. Stormcloud, though, picks up Timweek. It's gonna be this May trying to cleave people, but Swanky Pants finds thinking. The Immortality field from Dolphin able to help keep his team up and healthy, but they're all backed up into this corner here against this Junkrat, against this Reaper, against this Ramatra. So, not the best look. Swanky Pants, though, on this Ramatra, finds both DPS. Somehow pulling the miracle. I mean, Dolphin just up on this high ground with this Baptiste, completely uncontested, able to keep Swanky Pants alive. And, you know, off of this uncontested Baptiste, and Swanky Pants just finding value on this Ramatra, that might be a cap for Hexed here.
Yeah, that was a really, really weird fight. Both teams didn't really want to commit heavily. You know, they were both scared of taking a lot of damage. They're going for a recontest here. Timweek's low, goes down. Stormcloud trades his life for that.
That's a big tire from Jinx, though. Finds Swanky Pants and Kiro. So off of that tire, you know, everybody's clumped up onto point because they're trying to cap it as fast as possible. 3 AM Cup of Coffee are able to hold.
Yeah, that was such a weird fight. So many ebbs and flows. Teams not really wanting to commit until that last fight there, with Stormcloud just going in, trading their life for Timweek. Timweek now off the Bastion, feeling they're not getting value on that hero. Yeah, really, really weird fight.
Opts through the Sombra, meanwhile, Swanky Pants opts through the Annihilation, but Spooka, yeah, like you said, got that pick onto Mustard. Now Sweatpants responding with his own Annihilation, but unable to sustain. Meanwhile, the Baptiste from Dolphin just keeping Swanky Pants alive. That's going to be Stormcloud looking for a Death Blossom. Finds Kiro, not able to find anybody just yet. Spooka still has this Coalescence. Jinx, though, with the Concussion Mine, gets Daddy Dolphin and gets the beat out from Mustard. Swanky Pants finds the kill onto Spooka, so unless Jinx can pull another miracle off, finds Mustard, but probably unable to burst down Swanky Pants. This looking like it could be a cap, although recontest coming from 3 AM Cup of Coffee. Swanky Pants doesn't have that Nemesis form that Sweatpants has, so this might be another hold. Not committed from Kira?
I mean, they can't get Sweatpants down.
But who's going to follow up on it, especially when 3 AM Cup of Coffee have lots of people to keep Sweatpants healthy. So, really messy fight here. Ultimates on both sides committed. Timweek, though, does have that EMP really strong. We'll see if Thinking's able to get that sound barrier off before the EMP.
Yeah, a lot of people just taking individual duels in both in this brawl mirror. It's very, very odd. The commitments are really weird.
Timweek found out and forced to translocate out with the EMP. Thinking sound barrier able to keep everybody healthy, so Swanky Pants has to use this Annihilation. Sweatpants, though, actually finds Mustard first. Swanky Pants, though, running it down onto Stormcloud. That's going to be Thinking falling shortly after. The Maywall kind of splitting off 3 AM Cup of Coffee. Jinx falling off, so no funny Junkrat business anymore. Sweatpants decides to use the Annihilation, looking for some sort of miracle, but
might be winnable. Might be winnable.
Ramatra, I'm not sure you're going to be able to find it. Stormcloud, though, coming in for the recontest with Thinking, but Timweek back on the Sombra to try and help clear out this Reaper. Probably not going to be able to touch her too much longer, so just barely in the nick of time. Hexed managed to cap here.
Yeah, really, really scrappy fights. They have everyone's just trying to take their own individual duels. And, you know, that sort of chaos really helps 3 AM Cup of Coffee. You have the Junkrat, who can just, you know, get onto the angles, get that two-shot, and then they're able to stabilize with the rest of their team. Early tire coming out here. Doesn't get anything. Oh, it gets Swanky Pants
by
low,
the immortality field and the ice block, you know, used in response. So we're gonna see an early fight here in the first parts of Street Phase. Window, that's gonna be really good to burn down 3 AM Cup of Coffee, but not if Stormcloud finds 3 with the Death Blossom. Spookey did commit the Coalescence as well, though, so pretty expensive fight from 3am Cup of Coffee, 3 ultimates. And meanwhile, Hexed coming up on very strong ultimates of their own.
Yeah, they just have to not get out-tempoed here from Swanky Pants. Every time Swanky Pants has got an Annihilation, he's gotten value pretty much, so they just have to try and, play their angles, try and maybe bait them with the Reaper.
It's really hard though. You can't run away against this Annihilation, especially with Mustard speeding you everywhere. Jinx though does find a cheeky pick onto Dolphin, but Swanky Pants with the Annihilation gonna clear out the rest of 3am Cup of Coffee.
Yeah, I don't know if they just didn't track that 3am Cup of Coffee, but if they did, they just didn't play around that Annihilation at all. They just all played on that low ground there, easy pickings for Swanky Pants to just run at their backline. You saw Spookey use the fade early and then just get tracked down, and then the rest of the team just doesn't have the sustain despite the pick from Jinx coming through.
Sweatpants walled off by Kuro. Timweek managed to find Spookey, so Annihilation from Sweatpants trades out Kuro. Blizzard not finding anybody just yet. Jinx with the Junkrat catches Mustard, and Sweatpants falling extremely low, but just barely manages to pop the Annihilation. It's going to be an EMP committed from Timweek to just try and clean up 3am Cup of Coffee. There's only 20 seconds left, so Jinx can't get staggered here. They really need to be able to take this last fight. They only have the Sound Bearer to work with on both sides. Dolphin, though, has that amplification matrix and has gone pretty uncontested.
Jinx down early.
Yeah, the beat unable to save him in time, and that's going to be another beat in response to Mustard, keeping Hexed healthy. Swanky Pants has this Annihilation, and is probably just going to be able to clear everybody off this point, doing a bit of shield dancing, but what can you do if you're 3am Cup of Coffee against this Annihilation from Swanky Pants? Might have to check his PC, because that's going to be a strong 2-0 win for Hexed.
Yeah, really strong there. I think 3am Cup of Coffee just didn't play into their win conditions a lot of the time. They want a lot of value coming in through the Junkrat, but they're taking fights all the time. They get a pick, they don't stabilize, or they get a pick off of them. They were just going all the time, and it wasn't working out for them. Swanky Pants was just able to find the backline so often. You saw Spookey and the Thinking go down early a lot. Just caught out of position, caught in the middle of nowhere. Really unfortunate there for 3am Cup of Coffee. They wanted to, get first win at the moment there. I think everyone from League goes through. I can't quite remember. But they're looking like they're going to be at the bottom of the table coming into playoffs in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, if you're Hexed, solidifying your position up in the standings here, moving up here in C League, I believe that puts them at second place, just behind Mirage, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Hex really, really strong there, and I gotta say, Swanky Pants just, understood what he needed to do. Needed to set that tempo, did it really, really well, especially on Colosseo, was just constantly in the backline getting picks and had Annihilation every second fight, it seemed like.
Yeah. Composition differential, but also, Pants differential. And we will have an interview here with the winners. Hexed, I believe, will have Mustard.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Mustard, Timweek, and Co-op, Coop.
It's Coop. It's not Co-op.
Coop joining us.
It's too
Congrats on the win.
It's me
and welcome.
Yeah. This is the Ringers interview featuring Timweek.
Yep.
Yeah, you guys, this is your first game with the team, right? You guys have finally been able to show up to a game, haven't had your commitments. So how do you guys feel you played with the team?
There's one more question.
Coming into today, I was like, we're playing against Sweatpants, so I think I'm gonna murder today. Before we went into the game, I had my villain music playing, so I murdered. If you want to take a look in C League talk, I murdered a little bit, so I'm happy about it. Just a little bit.
Yeah, you absolutely set the tempo there. Just going into the backline with your Nemesis form, it was really impressive to watch. They didn't really have many answers for you.
Yeah, it was fun. We did a little trolling, but it's no big deal.
Yeah. As soon as I learn how to stop trolling, it's gonna be over for the league.
Real, but also like we've played with this roster twice because this is the second time that me and Co-op's Coop fucking swanky pants had a schedule lineup.
Yeah, the first game, I went to a concert, and of course I can't really cancel that for an Overwatch game because I have an actual life. And then the next week I had to work, and I work in a movie theater, and it was Barbieheimer week 2, so they kind of needed me. And now I was free, so yeah, everything lined up for once.
I'm back from vacation. I went all the way to Asia. I spent a month. I even talked with Team Hong Kong. It's over. We're winning C League. It's over.
Unlike Hong Kong.
Heading into finishing off the rest of the regular season. Now that you've actually gotten your team together, how do you feel like you're faring in C League? Especially against Mirage, who's looks extremely dominant. Although you have taken a map off of them.
I don't think we're playing Mirage in the regular season. So
yeah, you already not anymore. But
yeah,
going into the postseason,
I think
Tim is the only person that's actually played against them. I think so. Really, he's the only
What
one
were you
that
talking
can say
about? I was not
anything.
listening.
Mirage.
Mirage?
I mean, like,
they're frauds. They're frauds. Every parrot team is a fraud team.
I think if we took a map off of them with 2 ringers, then I think we just win with our full roster. I don't think that's that hot of a take, really. I don't know. That's what I think. I didn't really watch over the VOD. I'm just going off of like what I heard from everyone. I just think we had our whole team, we would have won. But I don't know. Come playoff time, they'll be there. We'll be there. So we'll worry about that then.
Yeah. So you guys are just looking to play it by ear, take each match as it comes. You're not looking to target anyone. You just want to win the games that you play.
The only person I was targeting today was Sweatpants, just purely because of the name. I've never interacted with that person. I didn't know who they were before this. I just purely off the name. I was like, I'm gonna go kill today, and that's the only time I've really ever targeted anyone. That's
Also, before the match, I hopped into like a few hours before. We had some people playing games in like our team VC, so I pulled up. I asked for 6 numbers, and Hexed, if we win the lottery, we win it together. Okay, this is our sign. We win one or the other. Also, if they lost, they wouldn't get the money. So,
by the way, we played like 3 maps of warm-ups, and they had me switch teams, and I went 3-0.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, this guy kind of killed us in scrims, Lucky, but that's not what's going on.
All right, so heading into the rest of the regular season and postseason, Hex looking like a pretty strong team now that you've got everybody together. Hey.
Yeah, that's just the big thing. I mean, I think I'll be fine. I don't know about Mustard. I don't know if he's gonna have any more trips to Hong Kong or something, but I don't know if he does.
I have a trip to your mother's house. Oh shit! I said it. I said the funny. You must laugh.
Can you get this
really
guy
got him there with the most original joke.
You just kick him out. Like.
Before you look to try and win C League here in Season 5, anybody else you want to shout out or anything you want to say?
Shout out Beam Garden, because he's probably screaming at the observers to spectate me when I was killing 5. I love Beam Garden. Other than that, I don't really know.
Yeah, shout out Beam Garden, my long-term replacement. So if I'm ever found dead in an alleyway, he's gonna be playing in my stead. I believe in him.
Are you planning on being found dead in the alleyway?
No guarantees.
Well, thanks so much, guys, for coming in for this interview. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Yeah,
good luck in the rest of the season.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed the little bit of trolling because I was not. I was like, don't tell me we're gonna lose this. Like, that scared me. It scared me a little bit.
A little bit close, but don't worry, team. We pull it together.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, no problem. Y'all have a good
thank
one.
you.
You too. The
Well, that's
lead-
all for us today, I think. I don't think there's any games after this.
Yeah, that's gonna be it. For us today on day 1, week 3 of Bad Pachimari League. I've been Boom. You've been joined by Wooly. Shout out to all of our behind the scenes staff who we've had a lot of observers today. You know, I think aforementioned Beam Garden, Brad's been producing. We've had Pluto, Lutu, lots of people. So thanks for all the staff who work hard to make this happen, and catch us tomorrow.
Thanks heaps. Bye, everyone.
See ya.
Bye.